welcome to this Equinox celebration. I see some of my friends in the waiting room. Welcome on in. The equinox is such a powerful time. There are four main points in the year that I would say hold the most juice, the most power to activate and connect to our true essence, to connect to our vitality, to allow us to tune in to who we are and to feel, sense, and perceive our connection to this great universe that we are all connected to. The equinox, the spring equinox and the autumnal equinox, the summer solstice and the winter solstice. And so today we're going to dive deep on what this equinox energy is all about. And we're also going to look at the astrology, and my goodness, are there some very intense aspects as we go into this sacred time for healing, for rejuvenation, for assisting us with going deeper. And so, happy equinox. This is such a powerful time.
Hello, hello.
Hi. Where are you joining us from again?
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria. Oh, how beautiful. What time is it there?
1 o'clock a.m.
AM. Woo! All right. Equinox time. It's actually happening. Hi, Kate. Down in New Zealand, yes?
Yes. Well,
Oh,
it's spring equinox here, of course.
right.
I might not stay the whole time because the sun is shining.
Yeah.
And it's 10 o'clock in the morning, but I'm eating my breakfast.
Awesome. Yeah.
Lovely
Mhm. Yeah, it's one of those times where you feel drawn outside. You can't even help yourself. Hi, Melody. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm so glad that you could all join me today. When I was little, I have one of those moms who was so tuned into nature. She would literally take me out of school on the equinoxes and on the solstices to go out into nature and to commune with the earth. And so I grew up doing that. At first, I thought she was a little cuckoo. Like I really was like, why are you taking me out of school? Like I don't get it. We're just sitting here with the rocks and the river. But then something would start to happen on these walks. I remember being about 10 years old and sitting there by the river, and it was so beautiful, big redwood forest. Hi, Andoni, welcome. And and I could hear the wind coming through the trees. And it was like I felt a presence. You know that feeling you've had in nature where you felt a presence of just the oneness. And it was in that moment that I went, okay, I don't know why. I don't understand this at all. 6-year-old, 7-year-old self, but I feel like what we're doing is right to be out here in nature. And so why is that? Why are the equinoxes and the solstices so powerful, right? They are pointers in the journey of the sun, okay? And so at the equinoxes, we have equal day, equal night. At the spring, we're, well, this gets interesting because we have people, Melody, where are you?
Reno, Nevada.
Okay, so you're in Reno. Okay, awesome. And Anthony, you're in Mexico. Okay. And then Sabah, which hemisphere, like, are you at the autumnal equinox? Are you at the spring equinox? You're at the autumnal, is that right? Okay. Okay. And then we have our beautiful friend Kate, who's in the spring equinox. And so it starts getting really interesting because in their neck of the woods, they're going into spring. They're going into more sunshine, more life. It's a renewal. It's a new beginning. And then it's so wild. And then here we are, and it's the autumnal equinox, and we're preparing for what? We're preparing for winter, right? We're preparing for the season of internal looking, right? To go within more. Kate is getting ready to like come out from her cave. She's like, you know, taking off those extra layers, and she's getting excited for what she's going to plant and the seedlings that are going to grow. And so it's a really different time depending on which hemisphere you're in. I would love if you're in the group watching this or at some point later, share a comment about what this time of the year is like for you, whether you're in the autumnal or the spring equinox, and what that is like for you. Okay, like what does that mean for you, right? Is it a time where you feel more internal? Are you more excited? What is your experience in this now moment, right? Right. So I just want to welcome you all. I'm so glad that you are here. I'm so glad that we could join together. Ah, big energies. Has anyone been feeling big energies? Yeah. Okay. Anyone want to unmute and share what you've been noticing? Yeah, go ahead.
I noticed a lot of kind of calm the past 2 days out of all the other craziness. It was like peace coming in.
Yeah. Uh-huh. So what can we compare this to? You know what I can compare the solstices and the equinox times to? Imagine we're on an elevator, right? And we're constantly kind of in this upward motion. We're kind of always kind of rising up. And at the solstices and the equinoxes, it's as though the elevator comes to a pause and we get to this floor and the doors open and we get to come out and just be, because the motion of the sun kind of pauses, kind of like it has a click, 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 and it pauses. This is the pause time. So it's the great pause. And this happens at the spring equinox, it happens at the summer solstice, and it happens at the autumnal equinox and the winter solstice. These are our 4 points of the year. If you imagine, across these 4 points of the year where the sun pauses and we kind of get to hang out with it. It's like, oh, hey, you're not in motion so much. Like you're kind of like chilling. You're like enjoying the view for a moment. And so we get to feel that. We get to kind of have a longer duration of contact between us and the solar rays at this sort of peaceful, even space where it's, instead of it in that rapid motion, either forwards, away towards the spring or towards the winter, we're at a pause. Okay. So that's why I had to jump on here, because you are literally being given access to like one of the most powerful times of the whole year. Like you're getting keys to the kingdom. Keys to the kingdom. And I'm like, I don't think anyone really talks about this. And so I wanted to give you that awareness so that if you have an opportunity now in the next couple days, go outside and kind of tune in. Like get out of the mundane, get out of all the things you have to do, get out of the work and get into the being, because that's what the sun is doing. It is like, holy cow, you guys, I was just sitting outside. This hummingbird came like right to this flower right near my head, and there was these golden moths in the flowers, and I could almost perceive an energetic of the earth, like it was louder than normal. Louder than normal. And I almost saw like waves of light energy between the sun and between the earth, that when you go outside, you're receiving. It's like extra prana, extra filling up, extra refill of your true self, of who you really are. Okay. And so we're so blessed. We're so blessed right now. Like this is just such a divinely powerful time. So we're not going to keep you on here too long. I'd like to start with an energy clearing. I'm going to play some crystal bowls. I want to invite all of us to tap into the sacred energies of this equinox. Tap into the sacredness of us poised between day and between night, between light and between dark. That perfect balance point, the 0 point. We're right there. We're right there. Like we can taste that centrifugal center. Okay. So, and a deep breath out. Stretch your arms up and stretch your arms out. Yeah. And just feel just so much more space and peace and ease. That is the pure white light that I channel from source and that you connect to as you get into your own true sense of you. Just feel that space. Good. Deep breath in and out. Good. Just getting kind of into that juicy, delicious, divine, feminine nature vibe, right? Where we're just in that flow state. We're just in that rhythm of beingness. And so welcome back, everyone. Welcome to the autumnal equinox. It's happening about 6:54 a.m. Pacific Standard Time tomorrow, September 22nd. And so we're here in the window of it. And what I have noticed is that it literally is days on end. Like it's not just the equinox itself. It's like from Wednesday of this last week up until maybe the Wednesday following. We're going to be in this window. We're going to be in this moment of pause, solar pause, right? And it's such a beautiful time. And for thousands of years, our ancestors have gathered at the 4 May points of the year. They've gathered at the 2 equinoxes and at the 2 solstices. And that's what this picture of Stonehenge is from. It's a picture of the sun on the equinox, on the autumnal equinox. And so the sun, they actually built the Stonehenge to have the sun shine through it, through that gap at this perfect space, perfect time for these moments in time. And so there's a magic. There is a deep, deep magic to these times. And so I'm so glad that you're here so that we can set intentions and dive deep into these energies together and kind of collectively hold the vision for the highest and best for ourselves and the highest and best for all beings as we go forwards into the winter or into the spring, depending on which hemisphere you are in. So welcome to this autumnal equinox celebration. That's what this is. The equinox is a time to celebrate our connection to the sun, to celebrate our connection to the earth, to take a pause, to see it as a sacred ceremonial time, right? It's not just like every other day, right? This is a time, bless you, when we're connected. Oh, gesundheit. Yeah, clear it out. Clear it out. When we are being connected to so many energies of for our own beingness, for our own gifts. To be reminded that don't you know yet, it is your light that lights the world. Just like we stare at the beautiful sun, the sun is here to remind us of the brilliance and the brightness of our own spirit, of our own soul, of why we are here. Why we are here, these moments, these 4 main points of the year, the equinoxes and the solstices, what are they for? They are checkpoints. They are solstice, soul checkpoints, equinox, equal day, equal night. What happens when we get into balance? Just like this equinox is all about. What happens when we find our center? Right. We have that greater clarity. We have that greater connection to what? To our own beingness. So that's really what these times are about. They're gateways, they're doorways for us to be even more connected to who we are. So that as we go forwards through the rest of the year, we have more clarity on our life path, on our direction, on what we're choosing to focus and put our time and energy into, the projects that we're here to seed and create. For those of us in the Northern Hemisphere, right? Autumnal equinox, we are preparing for the winter. We're preparing to go more internal. We're preparing, we're kind of gathering the harvest, aren't we? We're kind of gathering in the crops. We're kind of gathering in, okay, what have I done so far this year? What have I created? What am I grateful for? Yeah, that's what this time is. It's the celebration of all that we have, every plant, every vision, every achievement. It's a time to sort of gather in, pick those flowers, pick those fruits from the trees and gather in all the gratitude of what we've created thus far. And then it's at the pause that we then determine, what are we going to do next? Where do we go from here? Right? And so we look to the astrology chart today and many times because it can key us into our own map of who we are and where we're at. Just like these checkpoints of the equinoxes and the solstices are a time for us to tune into who we are and to where we're at, so too is in our astrology chart a checkpoint that at any given time we can tune into to discern, where am I at? And so that's why I was really excited to bring you together today to look at, where is this equinox landing in your birth chart? According to Sri Yukteswar, who was the teacher of Paramahansa Yogananda, a birth chart, or a child, a child's birth chart, right, is representative of what? Well, he says that a child is born on that day and that hour when the celestial rays are in mathematical harmony with his or her own individual karma. Wow. Oh my gosh. And so if we have any questions of where we came from, right, before this lifetime, what were some of the challenges we brought in with us? We can look at the chart. Or do we have questions about where we're headed, our future? and our divine path, we can look at the chart. And so it's so amazing of a tool to discover and discern and reveal so many things that we have questions for, even a given day. For instance, the other day I went through some super deep emotional relationship challenge, and it was like, oh my God. And I was like feeling it in my heart space. And like even my mom got involved to support me through the whatever was going on for me. And then I go to the astrology chart and I see that Chiron, the wounded healer, was exactly conjunct the moon. And I saw where it was located in my chart. It was located in my 7th house of relationship. And I just like, when you're in a thing, right? You're processing through an emotional experience. And then you find that out. The kind of release it gives you of like, oh, it's okay. This was just like you couldn't avoid this. This was part of your life experience. And the relief I felt, even though it was challenging, and then the huge win that I experienced by getting through it using the energy clearing tools that a lot of you have joyfully gotten to experience with me. Yay! Aren't they cool? Right? Because as an astrologer and as a person, I've discovered that here on this earth, we go through some crazy stuff. Like, oh my God, like I thought it was just like go to work and like get a job and make money and eat and sleep. No, it is so multidimensional. Like every day there's awarenesses and energies and interactions, and we're all on this karmic journey where we're healing so much stuff from the past, and we're going towards what we're here for as a soul. And it's profound and it's evocative and it's exciting, and it can be scary and overwhelming. And sometimes you need some tissues, right? Like it's real. It's really real. And so having an astrology chart as a very intuitive, emotional person. And so I think a lot of you can relate to this, being very emotional, being very intuitive, going through something at times. It's really helpful to know astrology and to be able to look at your astrology chart to see what's happening, how the planets are affecting you, what area of your life. Like I was able to see it's in my 7th house of relationship. Oh my God, that's why. That's why. Like it was such a relief. And so I was like, well, it's the equinox. Why don't we get you all on here and see where this equinox energy of the sun, as well as some of the aspects that are going on, which I have to tell you are pretty deep and intense. We can give you some insight. And so if your hearts lately have been sensitive or raw or tender, or you've been feeling things on a deep level, I felt a lot of you really relate when I said I was going through a deep thing. There's a reason for this. There's a big reason for this. And so I want to give that reveal to you so that you can have the release that I had when I realized what's happening in us and in the collective, and also discern where in your life that specific thing is operating. So I'm really excited you're here to celebrate kind of this profound moment of the equinox, of equal day and equal night. How amazing is that? I often think about how equinoxes really relate to the balance of the divine feminine and the divine masculine, the sun and the moon, right? And so it's a really powerful time for us all to tap into the sacredness of union, right? And not just the sacredness of our relationships externally, union, but the sacredness of our internal union between our divine feminine and between our divine masculine selves. And so one way to look at that is, are we in balance in our lives around what we give and do, more external masculine, with what we receive and what we allow, right? Our feminine. And so where are we at? This is a time with the equinox where the universe is really inviting us to kind of tune in. Where are we at in the balance, right? This is our checkpoint as we go into winter, as we go into spring. Are we doing too much externally and not enough internally? Are we doing too much internally and not taking any action externally? And there's also in the astrology very key themes around this emerging around the sun being in Virgo right now today, actually in Virgo until Are you ready? November 1st, 47 days long, the sun is in Virgo. It is the biggest behemoth. It is the mamma jamma of the entire astrological zodiac wheel. It is the divine feminine. It is mama. It is the mama sign. And we got some kitty action as I'm talking about mama energy, right? So perfect. So service and rejuvenation, that's kind of the big key. If I could distill it down to this time, the challenge as a collective we're in, our themes around service, action, giving versus receiving, being, meditation, space, the filling up of our own cup. And I'm gonna dive into that more deeply. Okay, this is big. It is so big and so exciting to have you all in here to share it with you. I'm so glad you're here. And so as we step into this equinox, we can all work on balancing more, finding more internal equilibrium between our doing and our receiving, our doing and our being. That's really what this time is asking us, to find that perfect, beautiful balance point so that we can have the nectar of union, right? The union within, the sweet, delicious union within. It is such a delicious flavor. You know that state when you've done your yoga, you've done your meditation for the day, you've eaten right, you got out into nature, and you're just in that space of inner union. It is so, so sweet. And so it's a really good time to give yourself that extra time right now to make sure that you're able to get yourself into that place and that space, because not only energetically and astrologically is it a good time for this, but the sun is at a pause point, which means that we have greater access to the solar logos, to the solar teachings. And what is the solar teachings? The solar teachings are the teachings of the soul. It is the connection to source. It is the connection to our infinite, eternal beingness. And so at the equinoxes and at the solstice, it's almost like we get dropped off at a floor where we have greater access for several days to receiving the downloads, to receiving the knowledge that this solar light body delivers to us all the time. And so it's so powerful to come together and to focus on this energy, to tune into this energy and to call it in, right? To call in more awareness and to receive more of the gifts, really, many, many gifts that are available to us at this time. If we take the time to allow and receive it, to slow down enough that we can listen to the water flow, that we can feel the sun on our bodies, that we can nourish ourselves with the rhythm of life that is so loud right now. It's like singing. I can almost hear it on a psychic level when I go outside. There's almost like a symphony of connection between the earth and the sun that is just unparalleled at any other time of the year besides the solstice. And so that brings us back to keeping time, and it brings us back to the ancient calendars of time and how the solstices and the equinoxes are powerful, they're powerful gateways for us to stay in touch with the rhythms of time. And I started many years ago to follow a different calendar. And I started following the Celtic calendar, and I started following a different set of cycles and seasons. And so I've got someone, Melody's nodding her head. She's, yeah. Melody, do you want to share?
No, I'm just so stoked for you. I've been trying to learn the law of time or a different calendar, and
So you're excited. Okay, cool.
yeah, very excited.
Okay, awesome, awesome. So this is really fun. This is really one of the big reasons I brought together this event, is so that I could share this with you all. So I learned many years ago about the Celtic calendar and about how it has a totally different sequence. Okay, so when they start spring is much earlier than our Western Gregorian calendar that starts it on the spring equinox. Okay, and so when they start spring is February 1st, and they call it Imbil. Okay, Imbil, it's the beginning of spring. And then Ostara is the spring equinox. That is the midpoint of spring. And so instead of the spring equinox being the beginning of spring, it's actually the very middle of spring. It's like the big celebration. It's like, okay, we made it, it's like, yay, okay. Big celebration, celebrate the spring. That's what the equinox, the spring equinox and the autumnal are really about. They're really about celebrating the peak energy of the seasons as opposed to starting the seasons. Okay. So there's a huge difference here. Most people think the autumnal equinox is the beginning of autumn. Right. But according to the Celtic calendar, the autumnal equinox is the high point of the autumn. So let me go back to the calendar. So here we go. Spring equinox, high point of spring. May Day, May 1st, becomes the beginning of summer. What? Yeah. So their summer actually begins May 1st. So much earlier. So much earlier than we typically celebrate it. Then we get to summer solstice, and that is like the high point of summer. It's like, woo, it's like full celebration. We're like fully in summer. It's the high point. And then guess when autumn actually begins? Autumn actually begins, and I know it's upside down. It actually begins August 1st. So August 1st is actually the beginning of the autumnal equinox time. It's the beginning of it all, right? And if you think back like a month or so, things kind of started to shift in some way. Like you might have still had heat, it might have still been hot, but the sun's rays have sort of pulled back a little bit. There's a shift. It's like, okay, something's changing. And then today, autumn equinox, this is the high point of the autumn. It is the high point of the harvest. This is when it's just full peak harvest time. And then guess when winter begins? Winter begins November 1st, the day after Halloween. And so Halloween, October 31st, is actually the New Year's Eve. I'm sorry, it's the beginning of the new year. So the Celtic calendar sees Halloween as the end of the year, full on end of the year. And so interesting, the next day is Day of the Dead. And it's like, oh, that kind of makes sense, right? It's the end of the year, Day of the Dead. Like things are finishing, things are completing. We're finishing the cycle, right? Then we get to the winter solstice. That is the full point. That is the full winter celebration. Yeah, that's like peak winter. After that, we're pretty much done, right? It's like the peak of the winter season, solstice, and then we go downhill and we get to spring, right? So it's totally different. Anyone want to unmute and share any cognitions or just thoughts about this Celtic calendar or this system that maybe, surprised, or any thoughts you want to share? What do you guys think? Very different. Yeah. Yeah, go for it.
I'm just wondering
Yeah.
the reason why we don't have this calendar as well.
Yeah.
So what?
All right. Right.
I mean, why there's such difference between the real dates?
Yeah.
Is there a meaning of changing our human clock?
Right. Right. Well, this comes from the ancient days, right? This is an ancient Celtic calendar where they use the sundial, right? How did they measure weather? They use the sun. And so it's much more solar based as opposed to temperature based, right? So I'm pretty sure that the Western calendar that created the dates we have now was like, okay, well, it gets warm here. Okay, that must be the beginning of spring. Okay, so they might have used more temperature to gauge it. But I think if you follow the sundial, the energy of the sun increases and then decreases. And that's, I think, what they're using. And so it's much more solar informed. And so I learned about this years ago, and I was like, that's why I never felt like I got enough summer. Because I used to always feel like summer would start and then it was over. And I'm like, where did the summer go? Like I thought there was more. And when I started following this system and just telling myself, okay, May 1st, that's when summer begins, I've stopped feeling like I'm missing out on the seasons. I've started feeling like I'm getting the full amount of each season. And it's like it's linked me in and lined me up to a rhythm with nature that is just so much more in sync. It's so much more in tune. It's like I feel so connected to each cycle change in my body. It's just like, oh yeah, that okay, we're at the peak of autumn, right? It's not the beginning. It's like we're almost done with autumn. Get ready for winter, right? Winter's coming pretty soon here. It's coming on October 31st, according to this calendar. Right. Right. And so
which make more sense.
yes. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It does make more sense. And then the solstice is kind of like a big celebration. It's like we made it all the way here.
I mean, you're feeling all the temperature, which are very low, and
Uh-huh.
you're freezing, and somebody tell you, no, it's still not winter. And you're like, wait, what?
Yes.
Your body and your mind is not feeling the same. And when somebody tell me, yeah, it's still winter in January, end of January, I'm like, I mean, it was colder, right?
Right.
Personally, I'm born in the 1st of June, and I always consider summer from 1st of May. Don't ask me why.
Interesting.
It just probably when I was child, the school almost is done. So you're already in the summer mood. You're already celebrating actually those days that are coming.
Yes,
And
100%.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? I have had such huge breakthroughs since I started following this calendar, y'all. Like it has just been life-changing. And I was like, I gotta get on here and share this with everyone because how cool would it be for all of you to have access to more of a tuned in version of the calendar, something more connected to what the earth is going through. You watch the animals and what they're doing, right? You watch the seasons and what they're doing. You watch the temperature and it starts to make so much more sense. Like February, yeah, it's still cold. In a lot of places, it's still snowing, but there may be a shift in the energy, a spring energy, right? Even if the temperature is still cold, like you notice these changes. It's almost palpable. Like a couple weeks ago, as we entered August 1st, as we entered the autumn, it was like something has changed. Like we can just feel it, right? We're human animals, right? Like we're souls having these human experiences and we're connected and we feel things. And so it's super helpful to have this system to be more connected to things. Yeah. Awesome.
may
Okay.
I just add something?
Yes,
Sorry.
yes. OD,
I was wondering,
yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. It's fine.
I was wondering, probably is that the reason why we don't feel the year as a complete year and our time is going faster than what we are feeling?
Totally. Yeah, because we're celebrating the seasons after they've started.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we're like months behind, right? We start summer on June 20th when it's actually started on May 1st. Whoa,
Yeah.
that's like a huge difference, And some people say, well, it's not actually like that, Lotus. But since I've been following this, I have felt like I've had so much more time like actually had more time, more space, less stress because I felt plugged into what's actually going on. And it's similar to the fact that I use the actual True the Stars astrology system. And when you use the True the Stars astrology system, you also get that feeling of like, wow, I actually feel connected. I actually feel tuned in. We had a participant at the last session who'd never had a reading like this before. And he wrote me, he's like, I feel like I've been trying to fit myself like a square peg into a round hole. And I finally now have a sense of really who I am. And I don't have to squeeze to fit, like I don't have to change myself anymore. And I think that's just so actually awesome. And Odalie wanted to share as well that the Western calendar that, the Gregorian calendar, she says, was corrupted by Julius Caesar uh, and that there's a reason that they get us to cut off from nature, right? Whereas the Ethiopians still use the real calendar. So, yes, time and how we keep track of time, how we keep track of the seasons, absolutely, it's a huge discussion. Odie is also saying we're actually 7 years younger. Maybe we're actually 20 years younger, right? Who knows? We are as young as we choose to be, I think. We are as young as our thoughts and what we think. We are what we create. We are what we think. So Absolutely amazing, phenomenal information that I just had to get out to you. Okay, cool. Kate says, uh, this is good for me too. The 1st of August, we begin the change to spring, even though it is often one of the coldest months. Right. So you're down in the southern hemisphere. So this is all reversed for you. This is such a trip. And so let's see. So this week is the peak of the spring equinox, and it really is peaking today. The blossoms are pumped. Exactly. So great to have bird's eye view down in the southern hemisphere saying, yes, spring equinox, the flowers are boofing, right? So, Sabah, you don't have to go back to school. You can be eternally ageless. She says, no way, I have to go back to school if I'm 20 years younger. No, no, you're fine. Just skip it. You already did it. You get to keep the schooling and stay young. No problem. That's great. So it's so great to have you all on these live calls, and I'm really excited for the replay because I'll actually have, there we go, I'll have all of you on the replay. It's just so much better for us to get to be here together and people get to see us connecting and facial, people, human. It's good. It's good. So let's see here. Flowers are boofing in New Zealand right now at the spring equinox. Yeah. Yeah, she can feel it. It's like full spring. It's not just the beginning of spring, it is full spring and so cool. And here in the autumn, yesterday I went and I harvested a friend of mine's fig tree. So I actually got out a ladder, and her fig tree was just full of figs, just so many big, ripe, juicy figs, like the most perfect autumnal fruit. I got to harvest that. Her peach tree had had all these baby peaches. I went and harvested those. And last night I made a peach jam. I like actually cooked the peaches with lavender flowers and dates. And it's like sitting in my refrigerator. I'm going to get to have some later. So delicious. And so for those of us in the northern hemispheres, this is such a good time for doing harvest things. It's such a good time for, collecting the fruits of the earth, right? To purify ourselves and to really glory in all the gifts that the earth has, right? This is the autumnal equinox is just all about in the northern hemisphere about the harvest. And so those of you in the northern hemisphere, I want to really invite you to think about what you're wanting, what you've created so far. Like what has been your harvest of the year? Like what are the things in your basket? What are you so grateful for? Anyone want to share? Anyone feel like there's something in their lives that they've been focused on creating and there's like a harvest coming in and they're just super grateful and enjoying the fruits of that? Yeah, go for it.
Yes. Well, for December, I came back here to Mexico from Vancouver to spend to enjoy Christmas with my family, and well, I have stayed here ever since then. And I was remembering that I brought this book with me from Vancouver, The Law of Success,
Mm,
and and I have been kind of studying it. And I think at the beginning of the book, it says something regarding that as you go through the book, you'll start seeing the changes.
yeah.
And so also checking my notebooks and seeing the notes I took from our very first call. I think it was the finding the purpose. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the finding our purpose. And I'm seeing how a lot of things have actually happened as I want it. And to be a little more specific, I would say that I remember at the beginning, I was really wanting to manifest a mastermind, like a group, like a very good feeling group of people, and having a chief aim very clear and all of that. And then as I went through it, through the book and just working on myself, everything started aligning and happening like that. I remember I told you last call that I reconnected with a cousin, and he's helping me to record this music album, and it just a lot of things have just happened so beautifully.
Mm,
And yeah, I think that's I think there's a lot of things that I could say about things that I have that I could harvest. Mainly, it would be that like that many things have happened this year that I can now feel and harvest. And I have been, I think a month or two now, I have been consistent with my meditation practice in the mornings and be having good healthy habits, which was something that also was very important for me for since maybe 5 months. I was just like, okay, I'm gonna get my habits right first, work out, eat well, get my yoga practice consistently, and now I'm in a point where it resonated with me when you said at the beginning about when you're in that sweet spot, in that balance, and you just feel it feels very good, right? So yeah, thank you for actually you've been a lot of help with guiding through all of this process throughout the year. So
Yeah.
thank you very much, Lotus.
Yes, yes, yes. Awesome. It's been so great having you on the calls. And I love doing the calls and really honoring the points of the season because right, like the spring, it's like that new beginning, at least here in the Northern Hemisphere. And Kate, forgive me if I'm going a little bit on the Northern Hemisphere path here. But in the Northern Hemisphere, right, the spring begins and then we have the high point. And to really acknowledge these high points of the year and to do the things that those times of year really invite us to do, right? To set those beginning seeds at the beginning of the year. And then now to take this time to kind of pause instead of just go, go, go forwards, to actually kind of reflect on the harvest and to kind of model in ourselves and with our minds and our emotions what nature is doing. Right. So for Kate, it would be to plant her flowers and watch them get bigger and plant her seeds and start her crops growing. And for us, it's like we already planted those seeds. Our plants have been growing, right? Our visions, our creations have been growing. And now it's time to kind of go out and harvest them and kind of see what it is we've created. And how nice is it to sit here with each other and get to share and kind of tune into that and kind of hold space for that connection both to the cycle of nature and to what we're doing and kind of bring those things together because our ancestors, they lived in nature. They lived in nature, and so they were so closely tied to what was happening in nature. Sometimes they'd even bring the lambs in winter, so they'd have like livestock in the, the big houses where everyone lived, so they would know when the lambs would start shedding, which would be spring. And so they're so closely tied to nature and to the ebb and the flow. And so I really appreciate you sharing that, Andoni, and it's been so great working with you consistently and over time, and how great it is to kind of have that check in and that tune in and that reflection on where we're at. And right now, okay, what did you create? And what are you grateful for? What are you harvesting? And what are you harvesting that you're feeling so grateful for? So I'd love to, does anyone else want to share? Oh, Sabah, you made jam. Apple with cinnamon, figs, blueberry, and blackberry. Yes. Yeah, you want to share something about that?
I made a jam.
That's perfect. Yeah.
I mean, it's like a tradition that I keep going since 10 years already.
Mhm.
At this period of time, we go into the forest.
Mhm.
So basically, here we have in Bulgaria, we have like a tradition when you eat a fruit, you don't just trash the seeds. You keep them, and when you're traveling in the outer wave or you're just walking somewhere, you just, trash them in the nature.
Mhm.
And you can basically, if you come one day in Sofia or whatever, you're gonna find that there are lots of fruits trees everywhere. It's like a tradition to having a fruit everywhere. So if you go to the forest, you will never die by hungriness.
Yay, that is so beautiful.
It is indeed. So what we do is like at this period, we go, of course, I can go and take from producer as well. So I do a half, and we just go and we harvest.
Beautiful.
Just around, you take one day and you have like 20 kilograms of apple, which is really phenomenal because people right now in this period they're looking to the fruits like perishing and nobody eat them. And it's really funny when they say, "Oh, it's because it's there is probably microbes inside." Like, are you serious? So people are just looking to the food and leave it. But I'm
Right.
trying to reuse it and prepare for the winter, because winter we need something sweet.
Yes.
Pick up
Yes.
kilograms and
Wow. So you're really tuning in to the cycle of this time and you're actually harvesting fruits. Yeah, that's totally it.
not only, yeah, but we do. And Bulgarian has as well a tradition, what we name. So it's a kind of salad, but not really. So what we do is, like, we take all the vegetables and we conserve them naturally for the winter. So that can be, for example, the paprika. I
Mhm.
just made 20 kilo paprika.
Oh my
It won't
God.
eat that much, but you just prepare it in the natural way, and then you put it, as a conservation during the winter. So you have your own, vegetables that you made. You know how you made them. You know from where you bought them, because it's absolutely not natural to have those vegetables during all the year,
Right.
right?
Right.
So when it's the period, we used to use the period of everything and try to conserve it in a very natural way.
I love that. And Andoni said he loved that, and OD said she loved that, and so smart. And so how perfect, such a perfect share for this time, especially, it's the harvest time. You literally are out harvesting. And so that's another option, right? I went and harvested figs yesterday. I made a peach jelly, a peach jam, and so it's a great time to either metaphorically tune into the harvest of what you've been creating or tune into the earth and go out and pick apples and go to farms. There's many farms where you can just go and pick things and, pay for, picking for yourself. And so there's just so many ways right now for us to honor the season, and that by honoring the season, we actually honor ourselves. And we honor our DNA, we honor our traditions, we honor our ancestors. And that's another thing, right? Is that as we head towards the winter, especially the Day of the Dead, we're getting closer to that time when the veil thins and where we have more access to our ancestors and to our history, right? So it's a really powerful time to be starting to think about, yeah, so if I did honor my ancestors, how would I do that? And maybe I need to do some genealogical research, and maybe I need to figure out who my ancestors are, right? And so there's all these ways that we can start to honor ourselves and also tune in and honor the cycles and seasons of nature. So anyone else want to share what you're grateful for, what you're harvesting at this time?
I can share.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So yeah, every year my neighbors have grapes that come at this time. So it's like every year I know when those grapes are ready. It's so fantastic. And our apple tree, we've just been waiting for one cold night. They're like almost ready, but it's so exciting. And so yeah, my business I've been kind of put on the back burner for a while. That's coming more into fruition right now, as well as some financial stuff that I've been really working on since our first eclipse season we
Right, in
had.
April, right.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's like, oh, okay, now it is like,
it's happening.
yeah. So it's
Yay.
yeah, very, very, very exciting. And I love that like your information has come at the right time. I'm actually Ryan's roommate. He would,
I had a sneaking suspicion.
yeah. But but yeah, it's just like the perfect time to learn your stuff and what you've been wanting to learn, but I didn't know anyone who could teach it. So
Right.
just
Yeah.
so like synchronistic and divine. And so thank you.
Yes. Yes. And I wanted to share with everyone one of the big things about this equinox time. And you mentioned the eclipses, right? You mentioned back to April, which was kind of the start of the eclipse cycle, which then completed the lunar eclipse, something completing from April 8th, which is our last call, which we really dove deep on. Well, guess what? We have another eclipse happening on October 1st. So we're literally in between eclipses right now. And so if things don't feel like they've congealed or solidified yet, and you're still in this kind of liminal, like space between, that's because we're still going towards the new beginning. Right now, we're still completing. And then at the new moon time, it's going to be a brand new cycle, a brand new cycle. And what's really interesting about this equinox is that the sign that the sun is in, Virgo, is going to be where that new moon eclipse is going to be in, right? New moon is sun and moon together in the same sign. Full moon is sun and moon in opposite signs. So they're very different energetics. So when the new moon comes, we really line up more deeply to a single unified field of thought. And that's one reason that the new moon time is so powerful for us to get in touch with what we want to create. And because it's an eclipse, that cycle of the new moon is going to extend from the new moon to the next eclipse, which will be in April, May of next year. So it's like a 6-month period. So right now we're kind of finishing up stuff from April. We're kind of getting into the connection to nature. And now Sun and Virgo, we're getting ready for a new moon, Sun and Moon in Virgo, the constellation of Virgo, the constellation of the goddess. Virgo is the divine archetype of the divine feminine, like the mother goddess, right? 47 days long. This just like captures your attention, doesn't it? Some say then the ancient Babylonian history that says that beings from other planets came to our Earth. They colonized our planet. They created us. That Virgo was named after the original goddess who bore all of the children of us, right? So she was the extraterrestrial mama who was then taken into a lab and mixed the DNA of the beings on Earth, the Adama, with the extraterrestrial blood to create us, which is the mixture of the divine extraterrestrial race that came to our Earth and the Earth beings who are already here. And so Virgo represents the original mother goddess of all of us. And I'm so excited I get to share that with you all. I think you all are ready to hear it. I've been growing up hearing these stories. I don't know how I got blessed to start life off at such an early age, learning about all of this stuff. I mean, this was how I was raised, was learning about this information. And so this is a time, Virgo, where we're really connected into our beginnings. We're really connected into our earliest connections to nourishment, to the mom, and to caring for ourselves at a really basic level at this equinox time. It's like there's a real big focus around, like Andoni was talking about, having that right routine, right? Like getting enough sleep, getting that exercise, getting that meditation, making sure your body is healthy and happy, and then making things, right? Like jams and storing food. That's also Virgo. So everything you guys have mentioned falls under the domain of Virgo and the ideas, the focus that she brings to the table. And so very interesting that the equinox in Virgo, Sun in Virgo today, relates to that energy of preservation, right? Preserving things, feeding, nourishment, and also sustaining the body through practices and routines, right? So if you think about the original goddess mama, what would be her chief aim for caring for humanity, right? She'd want to make sure everyone was healthy. She would want to make sure everyone had enough food to eat. They were well clothed. They were healthy. She's the original mama, looking after all of the earth. She's so big. She not only looks after the people, she looks after the animals. She looks after the gemstones, the mineral world. She looks after food and plants and herbs. And Virgo is known as the sign of the doctor, the nurse, and the healer, like the chiropractor and the physical therapist, and all the people who help the body, as well as midwives. Midwives also fall under the domain of Virgo. So it's a very body-centric, healing-centric time, all about purity and aligning to our highest and best self, right? We're really focused on being healthy, on being clear, Virgo's a lot about purification and purity. Yeah. And so just allow that sage smoke to just clear the space even now. It's amazing what pictures can do online. Really amazing what that image brought in. And this is a picture of the actual equinox chart. And so for those of you who are new to these events, new to, excuse me, new to these astrology charts and what does that mean, Lotus? We're basically looking at a flat map of the sky, okay? And so the middle line represents the horizon, and everything below the horizon represents all of the signs and planets that are not visible currently. That you can't see them because they're below the horizon line. Whereas everything above the middle line represents all the planets and the star constellations that are actually up in the sky overhead right now. And so this is for tomorrow around 5:43 a.m., right around the time of the exact equinox. And at the top of the chart is the moon, is the planet Uranus, which is all about change. It's all about innovation. It's very electric in nature. It's all about the inventor. I always think of Nikola Tesla. I always think of Einstein. I always think of electricity. And so for it to be with the moon, which is all about nurturing and nourishment, could be sort of an unpredictable time emotionally, where things are just, they're kind of arising that we don't expect, right? It's just, there's not a whole lot of sense of peace and calm on the emotional scale, although it is in Taurus, which is grounding and the earth. And so getting out into nature is going to just help you to calm, to disperse, to clear out any extra energies that may be in the way of you feeling nurtured and peaceful. That said, we come over here and tomorrow the sun will be conjunct the south node of the moon, and it will be opposite Neptune. This is a very dreamy time. Neptune is the planet of the dreamer. It's the planet of fantasy. It's the planet of illusion. Sun is soul illumination. It's a dreamy time. It's not the best time to like have great clarity and direction of where you're going and what you're doing. It's too mystical. It's too spiritual. It's too otherworldly right now with our soul instinct, the sun, in polarity to Neptune, the great dreamer. It's a good time to imagine. It's a good time to read. It's a good time to fantasize. It's a good time to meditate. It's a good time to draw or paint or do music. But Neptune can affect the logic of the mind. And so our thinking might not be entirely clear right now. We may not be as logical or as good with our logic as we could be. And so I want to just really caution you about like making any big decisions or like choosing to go forwards in any big plans, because the god of sleep and dreams is in a polarity with that solar energy. And the solar energy is conjunct the past life karma point. So the light is shining on our past selves. The light is saying you have things from your past that are being illuminated, whereas the destiny point is with Neptune. So we're dreaming about our future. We're envisioning our future. We feel it. It's so real. It's like a movie that's like, I know it's there. I know what's coming. I can feel it. I can taste it. I can touch it. But sun, the actual expression of it, the actual living of it, we're still dealing with the past life point, south node of the moon at this equinox time. And so as we move into the new moon solar eclipse, we're going to have both sun and moon with the south node of the moon, with the karmic past. So my guess is we're really in a big cleanup right now. Really in a big cleanup. Wherever we have around 14 degrees of Virgo, we are resolving, we are healing, we are clearing out things from the past. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. And at the same time, what we're moving into, destiny point with Neptune, is the dream of our future. It's the time to dream our future. It's the time to plan it. It's the time to watch movies about it, to, build up your dream board, to go on trips, to visualize things. whew, you took a decision and started a plan before this call. Well, too late. Good, good. You're supposed to. You're supposed to. And maybe it was perfectly aligned, right? And Beth says, I've been doing so much shadow work and clearing these last 2 weeks. Yes, it's been really full on. It's been really full on. Does anyone else want to share? Did anything I just say really spark something for you? And Sabah, I think you did the right thing probably.
I'm convinced, don't worry.
What's that?
I'm convinced about my decision. You know, you always take a decision at the moment when you
Mhm.
believe that everything is okay.
Right. Right. And for
I mean,
those,
it's always the good decision at this moment,
Mhm.
at this time.
Exactly. Right. And we're all exactly where we're meant to be. But if you notice, I've been having a little bit of lack of clarity, or I haven't known for sure what decision to make. That could be from this aspect that will loosen in the next month. Okay. So it's about a month of this, and then it will loosen, or I should say about 3 weeks. And then it will be out of orb, and the sun won't be in polarity to Neptune, and it will be a lot easier. Yeah. Kate, go right ahead.
Yeah. The this idea that we're in a pause feels really, yeah, really pertinent to me.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I mean, because obviously I'm coming out of my winter contemplative time and starting to think about, oh, what do I want to do and out in the world. And it's been a very inner winter,
Yeah.
but it's still like really unclear how that's going to look.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah.
unclear. And there's a lot of stuff around death and stuff as well. This year has been a real theme of death. So I'm not afraid of that. I have a lot of planets below the horizon
Mhm.
and Pluto in my first house. But my question is, do the eclipses always straddle the equinoxes like this? Or is this unique?
Yeah, that's a great question. The equinoxes are always, well, always the same, and the eclipses are always different. So you can't ever keep track of them. Sometimes they're right with the equinoxes, and sometimes they're not. Usually near, at least one of them is usually near the equinox, usually. So they're next door to each other. What I find really fascinating about eclipses is that the destiny point, what we're growing into on the collective level, our lesson, and then the south node, our karmic past, what we're moving away from, are always interacting with the sun and the moon at the time of the eclipses. And so eclipses are very much connected to destiny, or like collective destiny checkpoints, like solar destiny, like, okay, collective, where you at? Like calling out to you all and saying hi, right? Like, anyone home? Like, we kind of go off and do our own thing. And then the eclipses come, and have you noticed we kind of we circle up? We kind of like come back together, like, oh, like, hey, how are you doing? What's been happening for you? And we have this kind of connection with each other. And one of the reasons is because those destiny points, the past life and the future point, are always with the sun and moon at the eclipses. And this last eclipse was very interesting because the sun was with the past life karmic point, and the moon was with the future destiny point. And so, what I kind of took that to mean was that the sun is shining on our past stuff, like really illuminating it, whereas the moon, we're nurturing our future, right? We're kind of in that liminal, that like mother with a baby nourishing the baby of our vision, right? Nurturing our future without it necessarily being the focus. Yeah, very interesting. Yes. Does that answer your question, Kate?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Go ahead, Anthony.
I just wanted to share that it makes sense. I'm just looking at my personal chart here, and you mentioned, so I think my Virgo
Mm-hmm.
is in my house of relationships, in my
Oh, your
seventh
seventh
house.
house.
Yes, and I've been writing songs, and the most recent song that I wrote has well, the chorus goes something like, are you are you with me? Because other people were, and now they're elsewhere, but still here with me. So it has to do with it's sort of like catharsis. It has to do with relationships, like romantic ones, and also a lot of old friends from childhood, and I managed to put it into my dreams, right? Like into what I'm doing, which is all these music thing, and and I think that resonates with what you're saying of this Virgo
Yeah,
relationships, seventh house, and then
yeah.
turning it into um something emotional, like the moon, like music.
Hmm. Absolutely, Anthony. Absolutely. And it's so interesting that you're saying that this chart is in your seventh, the sun is in your seventh house, Mercury is in your seventh house, Venus is in your seventh. It's like you have so much Virgo energy in that seventh house right now, your relationship house. So it makes sense that you'd feel kind of drawn to speaking about others. And then you have the past life point there, which is others from the past. So
Mm,
that makes sense. And then you have the destiny point and Neptune in your first house of identity. Neptune is imagination. It's really good for songwriting,
mm,
and it's in your first house of identity. So it's essentially flipped your what you have in your chart from what we're seeing on the screen. You have the opposite layout in your astrology chart. And so interesting that you're sort of creating a song, right? You're sort of channeling, which is one thing Pisces does, this sort of song material that's probably helping your own sense of who you are by tuning into these other relationships from the past and kind of tying those two things together through the song making. I think that's a really powerful way to access this kind of the core themology between Pisces and Virgo that are really highlighted at this time. That kind of tension. Yeah,
mm.
really great share. What a great way to alchemize, developing your own identity through the writing process and then writing about others, which is where all those planets are activating your partnership house. That's profound. Really, really great awareness. Um, One thing I was going to bring up, and this is the big mamma jamma in terms of aspects that I'm really tuning into today. And it's just been like whamming, like I've just been looking at it going, oh my gosh, like how is this showing up for all of us? And it has to do with Virgo and Pisces. And so I just want to, oh, there's a beautiful picture of our lovely Sabah. I just want to go into Virgo and Pisces a little bit here before I share. So here is kind of the energetic representation of Virgo, right? I kind of think of Virgo as the handmaiden of the earth, right? She tends to everything, all the plants and the waters and nature and the elements. And it's just like she's tending to everyone. She's caring for everyone. She's the nurturer. She's the epitome of the nurturer. And it's all about, diet and fitness and health, right? Kind of how do we really care for ourselves in a really healthful way? And it's also the cornucopia, it's the harvest, it's that gathering in of the crops, right? And that abundance of nature and all the things that we have in nature and the plants and the animals and just that connection to the earth, right? The harvest. That's kind of Virgo. That's the season that we're in, the harvesting of the crops. And so that's like a huge dynamic. And then all over the world, we have these celebrations right now happening, harvest celebrations. We think like wherever we are, that's just where, they're having a harvest celebration, right? Or for Kate, right, they're having the spring equinox celebrations, which would be flowers, right? Lots and lots of flowers. But these sorts of things are happening all over the planet right now where people are like, right, and this is in India, like the celebration of colors. They're just celebrating this like the colorful nature of the time, right? They're celebrating all the bounty of the earth, all the colors. It's beautiful. And it's also very material, right? Like you could touch all this stuff. You could eat this stuff. You could You know, it's very physical. Virgo is very physical. It's very much about the physical body and what it takes to take care of the physical body. It's very earthly, right? The leaves falling on the ground, like all this sort of thing. We have a masculine god of the harvest. I thought that was kind of cool. Usually you only see women being, you know, sort of in charge of the harvest. I thought that was neat. And the goddess, right? We have the butterfly out in the forest, sort of enjoying all of the harvest. And here at the equinox, of course, it's the balance of the two, right? Coming together. And so that's kind of more of the Virgo vibe. But we have this polarity between the sun in Virgo, the past life point in Virgo, Mercury in Virgo, Venus in Virgo, the sign of the goddess. And then we have Chiron, the wounded healer, the biggest point of contention for most of us in our charts of things that we have not deeply healed in Pisces. And Pisces is the exact opposite. You know how Virgo is like so tangible, right? It's like an object on the table. You could touch it, you could eat it. How does it serve you? How does it help you? Then we get to the opposite side, Chiron and Venus, the fantastic, the imagination, the realm of make-believe, the realm of fantasy, the realm of dreams, the realm of our psychic abilities, our intuitive abilities, our artistic abilities, our abilities to channel information, just like Andony has been channeling music, right? He's been writing and he's been channeling from those higher realms, his songs, bringing those to earth, right? Really going into these higher states of consciousness, right? And so Chiron, the wounded healer, represents the place and space within us that is yet unhealed. And, you know, in my about 3 years of consistent work with people doing healing work and looking at their astrology charts, one of the number one key areas of a person's chart that tends to have issues, unhealed, deep, deep challenges is Chiron. And so Chiron has been in Pisces for all of 2024. All of 2024. It's been in the water sign of Pisces, and it's actually retrograde right now. It's retrograde, which dredges up even more levels of it up to the surface. Like, oh, come on, right? It's like, this is so deep. And what does it relate to? It relates to our connection to God, right? It relates to our connection to source. It relates to our connection to the alpha and the omega, right? It relates to our like divine beingness. And it relates to us being in a society where we're not encouraged to take time off. We're not encouraged to go on retreats. We're not encouraged to fill up our own cups and replenish our own energy bodies, right? We have to kind of be rebels and freedom lovers who say, okay, I see this system of work, which is more a Virgo-based system, and I know that spiritually I need to fill up my own cup, right? I know that I have to allow myself to have more space and time to be. And so Chiron and the Wounded Healer is really poking at us this year to make time and space for rejuvenation, for retreat, for nourishing our psychic abilities. And I was listening to a teacher who teaches psychic abilities today, and I was really enjoying learning from him. And he was saying that all of us are psychic. All of us have abilities, right? This is not unusual. This is not just some of us. This is every human being has the ability to develop your psychic abilities. It's something inherent within human beings to be able to tune into other dimensions, other realms, to access realms of truth, to receive information, to access the Akashic records. This is something we all have abilities with. And with Chiron in Pisces this year, for all of 2024, we have been being asked as a people to kind of dive deep and to clear what's in the way of us actually really claiming our psychic abilities and our psychic gifts. Virgo, Chiron and Virgo in the eighth house. Interesting. So your Chiron is opposite what the collective Chiron is in. And so instead of your wounding personally being more about the spiritual connection and God and really that spiritual retreat and balance, Yours would be the body, right? The physical body. And the importance would then be for you with your diet and your nutrition, your exercise and your routine. So amazing that that was something that you've been putting time into. And when you do that, oh my gosh, the amazing wins. So the aspect that is happening today, and I love this picture when I think about Piscean energy, right? Just like that imagination, that connection to heavenly realms, that connection to higher energies. That's Piscean, right? It's this fantastical realm, but it's spiritual. It's somewhere we can all access when we take time to do it. Okay. So right now, the aspect that is top of mind, that is biggest, that may be coming up for the collective is that Venus, the billionaire planet, the goddess of love herself, the divine feminine, is literally exactly today, it won't be tomorrow, but today, directly opposite Chiron, the wounded healer. So Venus and Virgo, the goddess who wants to help, wants to serve, right? So that could be core themes of service and care in the feminine collective around giving too much, service, around working too hard, around, kind of giving more than you necessarily have to others. Venus and Virgo, it could also mean that you could be making a lot of money for the work and service you do for others right now, that you're being appreciated for all the work and service that you give monetarily, which could be a really great thing. But it's in direct polarity opposite Chiron, the wounded healer. And so this could speak to, Venus relates to the feminine energy. It relates to the reproductive system. It also relates to love, right? The divine feminine energy is very deeply related to love. And so right now, she's directly opposite Chiron, the wounded healer. So this could be bringing up, especially in the divine feminine collective, the polarity and the dichotomy between working and being, service and receiving. Yep. And like giving back to ourselves, right? Giving back to ourselves spiritually. Yeah. Sabah, you're making some faces there. Is what I'm saying striking a chord?
Definitely, I pass my day sleeping.
There you go. That's great. Yeah. Mhm.
I mean, literally, like a coma. I just woke up, walking, coming back, and sleep. While the week it was really, really intensive.
Yes.
So my body was like, nah, you're not gonna go anywhere. Sleep again.
Excellent way to handle that aspect. And sometimes these aspects literally put us to sleep. Yeah. It's full on. I'm really proud of you for letting yourself sleep because of course Venus and Virgo is the body, the divine feminine body. It's opposite Chiron, the wounded healer. You could have been processing a past life wound related to who knows what, because we have to look at your chart to see where this is activated. But this is kind of the thing I wanted to look at for all of us and just kind of see what are we spiritually processing out so that we can enjoy our bodies more, so that we can enjoy the physical world more, so that we can enjoy our harvest more. And so kind of bringing up that dichotomy, like work, service, give too much versus spirituality. And that could also be like times that you were in a church, right? You were spiritual, you were religious, and any trauma that was held there. So this is pretty major. So I'm really glad that you took the time to rest. And then Beth, you shared in the chat, she said, interesting, my womb has been really activated right now, and I've been making sure to make time for self-care, and my body has been demanding rest. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, Venus is the womb, right? Venus really is the divine feminine womb. In Virgo, it can relate to, that's interesting. Virgo is the digestive system. Okay, so where have we not, and this is going to maybe bring something up for, where have we not digested something related to our reproductive abilities? Okay, so that brings up everything on the spectrum of the divine feminine history that we've gone through individually or collectively. in the on the planet that could be coming up right now, right? That's pretty major. But the good thing is it is the equinox. So we have kind of this spiritual light, which is also activating a healing on a very profound level. So what I'm hearing is that it's an activation, yes. It is bringing things up, yes. But because we're in such a spiritually pivotal activating time, like Sabah just slept through it, way to go. We're being given an opportunity to heal on a very deep level and to kind of let that stuff go and to kind of get lighter and freer from it. Kate, you had your hand up for quite a minute here. What would you like to share?
Well, really personal share,
Yeah.
but it's also like a big thank you to you and Michael. So I've been resting a lot. I had the flu, but I had to rest. So I really relate to this theme of resting. But I took my journal and all my charts and everything to bed, knowing that I would probably wake up in the morning with something. And that's when I do my clearings, the
Yeah.
ones I got from Michael Grady.
Mhm.
And so I woke up with some stuff, and you just telling me, just looking at the chart here, Venus is just gone over my natal moon, 34 degrees Virgo. And what came up is because my mother is getting ready to pass over and into spirit, right? And I'm also learning about how I am so identified with being a mother myself. I've talked to you about this before, but I had this whole other layer come up about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I'll just look at my chart. Where does it say that I just identify with being a mother all the time? And I've got the moon in the second house.
Right.
Right. So that's my innate gift of how I operate in the world, right?
Like your value, how you find value is through the mother.
Yeah.
How you give value is through nurturing and nourishment.
And
Yeah.
that's good. That's beautiful, right? But it's also like I lose myself. I don't. It might me is I'm not somehow in the equation. It's sort of just like a way of being, as opposed to a really connected. Like somehow, and also with my South Node in Scorpio, like I really control the people I love. So it's like that's my South Node letting go. I need to let go. The sun is illuminating that and saying what I need to let go of is that
Right.
controlling kind of care, and then moving into, well, there's Taurus stuff up here. Well,
Right.
that's my midheaven. So if you can speak a little bit, because I know Virgo and Taurus, they're both earth signs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So
there's so much earthing.
mm,
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
and
and
to make things tangible, I guess that's where I sort of got a little bit stuck. Was like, yeah, okay, I'm good at what I need to let go of. I can see but that whole thing of how do I dream in caring for myself and nurturing others?
mm. And is that coming through, or is that something you're still having questions with?
I'm still having questions. Yeah, I'm in that liminal space,
Right. So one thing I would bring up, right, is this Venus in Virgo, which is the too much of the giving, Venus in the second house, also like giving too much to others, maybe contacting your second house. Do you have Virgo in the second house as well?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you basically have, and we'll just, we'll go to your chart to kind of illustrate this. Right, so see, I have your chart, I think. Let's see. Hmm, there you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here we go. And notice how in Kate's birth chart, she has Virgo right there, and she has Venus directly conjunct her moon right now. Directly, right? And so all these themes, right? So then we look at where Pisces is on the other side, and it's in her 8th house, right? So Chiron in her 8th house in polarity to her moon, in polarity to the Venus, moon, Chiron. So other people, serving other people, 8th house, 2nd house, her own personal value. Virgo tends to give, right? It tends to give to the point where you don't even, it's almost like the mother becomes the earth, right? And you know how we kind of use the earth, right? We pick the fruit and we receive the milk, and we just kind of take a lot, don't we? We kind of receive and take a lot from the earth. And so Virgo can represent where we're like an earth in our chart, right? Where do we give so much to others, right? And having Venus on the moon, there's also kind of a potential for a win here, right? Because Venus is such a gift-giving, kind of fortuitous, fortunate planet, and it's also very love-filled. But like you said, it is in polarity to Chiron. So your very moon and Venus are in polarity to Chiron. And so I think one of the things that you're going to maybe have come up, and Chiron is typically past life related, is ways in which you had to give. You didn't have a choice to give, you were forced to give in order to serve some type of spiritual ideology. Or, if you think about the church, for instance, for thousands of years, it's better to give than to receive, right? You must serve others, which is true. I think that there is an extent to which that is very, very true. When we give to others, it's good. But I think what may be happening is that you've gotten into pattern of overgiving and over service. And today is this amazing opportunity for you to think about, okay, how do I create some earth boundaries? How can I imagine that I am the custodian and the guardian of a blackberry berry farm? Right? My gifts, the energy I give out are like these blackberries. And you can imagine that the people in your life are like the visitors who come. And so if you own that blackberry farm, which is really your body and your being and your energy, and people are coming to your blackberry farm to pick your berries, would you just give them a cup and say, go out and pick as many blackberries as you want, and you don't have to pay me anything? No, no business owner would do that. You would say, you get a bucket for this much. It would have some very strategic, clear-cut boundaries of what you get for how much you give. Okay, so whether that's with a child or a friend, I will give you this much of my time. I will help you in this way to the extent that you are also taking care of this, this, and this. And so moon, of course, has no boundaries, right? Moon is always fluctuating. It's in flux. So it's very hard for the moon to feel protected, to feel safe, to feel grounded. And so I think it's really important for you to tune in to your own body with the moon there and sense, I feel constricted around this request. I need to stop. I need to think about my berry farm. Have I given away too many berries? Did I let someone come in with too many buckets and now that plant right there has no berries, right? And that plant needs water. It's not looking very good. You have to think of yourself as an investment, right? As a property, as something that you are taking care of, that you're a custodian of your own life force, you're a custodian of your own life essence, and you're a custodian of all the gifts and the valuables that you have to give. And so this is such a powerful moment for you at the eclipse time to start visualizing, right, with the destiny point also in your 7th, 8th house, and also having Neptune there, start visualizing what it would be like as you get ready for the new moon eclipse, which will have sun and moon in your 1st, 2nd house, the house of identity and value, how you can really guard yourself, how you can really have that grounded presence. Yeah. Right. Kate has to go. So Odie said, Kate has to go on strike and take care of herself. May your cup run overflow. Yes. And setting boundaries as a spiritual act. Read that recently. Yes. And that's exactly what Chiron in Pisces, spiritual, in polarity to your moon, is reminding you. And it's probably reminding you, how many past lives have you had where you did not care for this vessel enough and what happened? And so you might be having like, oh, I don't want that to happen. Oh, I don't want that to, like, you're like remembering when you were not in tune with the boundaries that you needed. And that could be causing some stress. And it's happening so that you take this seriously. Yeah, it's happening because what I'm hearing is that you have such an incredible gift on your blackberry farm. I mean, they're the best blackberries. They're so delicious, and they can help people, and they can nourish people, and they can really sustain life, what you give. But you can't give or have a successful business if your berry bushes and how much you're giving are out of alignment with what you are, right? And what you have. And so I think this is such a pivotal time to think, and there's a little practice, you know, and you may already know this. When someone asks you to do something, to just tune into your body, and if you feel a contraction, you could say something like, "Oh gosh, I would so love to help you with that," because you would, right? That's your nature. However, this, and this, I could do this for you or this for you, but that is not something that I have the ability to do right now. Right? So just learning how to face requests with equanimity, with friendliness, without it being like, you know, oh no, I can't, you know. And I think that there's probably like a deep amount of emotion for you coming up around this, because your destiny point is in Taurus up here. Destiny point means that you came into this lifetime with a very undeveloped muscle. Destiny point, wherever we have our destiny point up here on the top for Kate, it represents our weakest muscle. It's like we're not used to doing this. We're not used to being this energy. It's totally new. It's totally foreign. Whereas the past life point, she has it in Scorpio, we're very familiar with. And so Scorpio energy, past life point, means we had a tendency to completely merge ourselves with other people. We just completely merged ourselves, and that was how we did life. And so we didn't have our own individual identity. We didn't have our own individual like setup, like this is who I am, this is why I'm here. It was like you were so merged with these others in these previous lifetimes that setting up your own shop and your own presence and your own beingness was something that was like so out of the equation. And so this lifetime, destiny point in Taurus, you're here to build your container. You're here to build your structure. You're here to actually create sustainable, physical, tangible structure. And so the example of the berry farm was actually very good for you, because you're learning how to have something separate from others, how to be a being separate from others, how to create your own foundation separate from others. And it's trying your second house, and it rules the second house. And so creating that physical, earthy realm, like it's almost like you need your own land. I'm hearing like you need to have your own land that you're in charge of, that you grow things on, that you do things on, and it's Kate's land and you're in charge of it, and nobody can boss you around on that piece of land. So something to visualize is having that individual place and space. Yes, Beth said the holy no's and the sacred yeses, 100%. 100%. Yeah. How does that land for you, Kate?
Well, I'm so resistant to that. It's so funny. I'm like, I'm spending a lot of time alone, and because my husband's working in a different city, and I'm like, I hate being alone. I don't want to live on my own. I
Right.
like just realizing how interdependent I am. I've always been focused on relationship. I mean, that's where my Chiron and my Saturn are, right? Relationship, relationship, relationship.
Mhm.
And so it's really hard. This is true. This North Node thing is my weakest muscle. Absolutely.
But here's the thing, is that your South Node point is in the house of your home. Your being at home alone is not your groove. What you need is to be out doing your business.
I know.
Um, so, you know, be what it may, you're having to be at home right now, whatever the case may be. You're just resting up, you're doing your thing. There's nothing wrong with it not feeling great, because you had so many past lives where you were in the home, right? And so when you go back there, you're like, this is not right for me. This is not who I am. Taurus in the 10th house, I see that being you being invested, involved, acting on, building something that's yours, whatever that may be. Yeah. So, is it all right if I do a little clearing for you here? I kind of want to help you, because I feel, you know, when I talk with people in general, we usually can get you to a place where it's like there's some forward movement. But when I tune in with you, I'm like, there is no forward movement. Let's see if we can get you shifted here. So What would be your ideal outcome? Like, what are you trying to create? And everyone watching, you can do this along with us because it will probably relate and bring something up for you as well. Okay. So what would be your ideal outcome? If I could help you get to some point, what would that thing be that you would most like to have?
Look, I think it is to develop myself as an astrology reader. Yeah, but it's just not possible at the moment with my mother passing and my husband not here. And there's just so many reasons, and no money. And there's so many reasons getting in the way.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been biding my time for so long, but I don't feel like it is time. Still
Okay.
dreaming it in, still,
Uh-huh. Are you
yeah,
open to me doing a clearing? Because there's a lot, like you don't have to do it right now, but there's just a lot coming up that we could help you get to a softer place around it all. I can kind of feel like it's just there's a pain here. There's like a very deep pain around having the thing. And so I'd like to get you to a place where it's like it's easy and you can choose it when you choose it and it comes when it comes, but it's not, I'm feeling almost like a drop in the stomach around this issue. Yeah. So
yeah,
is it right if I test muscle test on your behalf around this?
yes, yes,
Okay. And so I'm going to ask what needs to be cleared here. So this needs to be cleared. So I'm getting past life level. Okay. So past life level. And we're going to check on your timeline and we're going to see how many lifetimes back this goes. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lifetimes back. Okay. And then we're going to ask what emotion got kind of stuck or jammed in here that's kind of, yeah, and you might start yawning, got kind of stuck or jammed in for you around being able to just do what you desire, right? That's essentially what it is, like just being able to do the thing that you actually want. Okay. And so what I get is that it's sadness. It's just a very deep sadness. Okay. So anywhere any one of you have sadness in a past life, this may come up for you to get cleared right now. Okay. So it goes back about 10 lifetimes, sadness. Okay. And then we're going to check the vertical level. We're going to see if that sadness in that lifetime created either a block to heaven, a block to God, or a block down below, which is like a lower vibrational realm that it got attached to. And so the block for you is on a lower level. And so that could mean that negative energies kind of tell you not to do things or kind of encourage you not now. And so we want to clear that because that negative influence could be getting in your way. And so we're going to focus on the lower level and how far down it goes. 1, 2, 500, 600, 700, 8,000 levels down. So that's 8,000 levels below the root. Yeah, we're big. I went into a redwood forest and my guides told me sometimes for us big souls, we have to clear really high up or we have to clear really low down. We're not just these physical bodies, our energy bodies are massive like redwood trees. And so by testing, we can tune in and find where these blocks are existing. Okay, so about 10 lifetimes back on the horizontal plane and about 8,000 levels down, there's this grief, like kind of like a knot of sadness. So when you think about doing your career, you just get pulled so down, it's hard to even go forwards because there's like a magnetism pulling you away from the thing that you actually desire. Okay, so I want you to focus on that energy that when I say 10 lifetimes back, that's triggering something. And then the sadness, that triggers another level, and then 8,000 levels down. And so just focus in on that feeling. Take a deep breath in and out. And could you let this go? Would you let this go? When? Good. And so we ask for complete change history and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Take a deep breath in and out. Focusing 10 lifetimes back, 8,000 levels down. We ask for a complete change history and everything as needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Taking a deep breath in and a deep breath out. There we go. There we go. Yep. Just letting that sadness come up and out. And anything in the way of that just easily and effortlessly releasing and clearing. We just ask for a complete change history and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. And a lot of energy is coming back to you. It's a little bit like you had cords far back and down below, and now those cords have been released from stretching away, and now their energy is coming back to you. You might feel like energy in your body, like heat like warmth. Yeah, a lot of energy coming back in, a lot of emotion. Good. We're just going to focus on that one more time. The sadness, 10 lifetimes back, very deep sadness, 8,000 levels down. And we just ask for a complete change history, and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3, just taking a deep breath in and out. Just feeling that energy starting to move through the body. Good. Yeah. Good. You can tap the sides of your hands together just to kind of like, whoa, like ground that in, because it's a little bit surprising of how powerful of a shift what I just did could do. And so the body is kind of like, what just happened? How could I feel so different all of a sudden? Like literally, like what just happened is what it feels like. I remember when I first discovered how to do this on myself, I was like, what did I just do? Like, and I had such a profound state change. I had a DNA release and I was like, how does this even work? And I just, what I saw was that we have the power to sort of unwrite history and clear trauma on a pretty deep level, pretty fast. And it's sort of time for that. We're kind of all asking for the accelerated path. Like we want to get on our purpose fast. And so those of us who are leading the wave or doing energy work, we're getting more guidelines. So rub your tender spot. Good. Take a deep breath in and out. Oh, thank you, Beth. Awesome. Sending you so much love. Happy Day of Peace, International Day of Peace. Perfect. Perfect. So glad you could join us. Good. Take a deep breath in and out. And just acknowledge, even though I feel, yeah, I completely love and accept myself. Yeah. And that's just helping the body integrate in the shifts. Yeah. And that was kind of a lot at one showing, but I know that you're ready. You've been coming to these events for some time, and I just know you're ready to step out and do your thing. Good. Deep breath in and out. Kate, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
Yeah, on that last release with the 8,000 lifetimes down there, I mean, I just got this massive rush up the back of my spine, almost like a Kundalini sort of rush. And then you were
Yeah.
like, yeah, you're going to start tapping. Yeah, I'm like, yeah,
Yeah, right. Right.
ground it. Yeah, bring it in.
Right. Because I was 8,000 levels down that you were being pulled every time you were trying to get in touch with what you're here to do.
I've been so frustrated like all my life and so low energy, just so locked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How's
So
it feel
this is,
now? How's it feel when you think about doing it?
yeah, it feels like that there's something clearer. There's something clearer that, it may be more possible.
Can you guys
Yeah.
just feel her energy shift? Like,
Mm,
wow. Bravo, Kate. Yeah.
thank you.
Ooh, yes. We cheer you on. We cheer you on. That is just absolutely phenomenal. You're a champion. And for anyone at home watching this, like if something's holding you back, don't worry about it. Like there's ways to clear this stuff. Like you can transform it. You can get to where you want to go. There's a way. And we hold you and we love you and you're beautiful and you got this. Yay. Oh my God, that's so cool. Yes. I'm so glad you popped on. Yay. This is a true spring equinox for you. Hooray. Awesome. Awesome. Wow. Cool. Who would like to go next and see where they have this kind of intense Venus Chiron? Yes. OD's like, I'm ready for bed, Lotus Dawn. Doing my best to get everyone at the right time. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm going to start listing my energy clearing work on my website. And for people at home, if you're dealing with a block to something that you're wanting to clear out, you can go to blossomwithlotus.com and just purchase a regular astrology reading session, and we can do healing work as well. But I'll be getting those healing clearing sessions up as well for those of you who are like, I kind of got the astrology stuff, but I want to go a little deeper with the healing. So Kate's back there processing. Yeah, take your time, Kate. That was a big one. That was a big one. Yeah, just move the body, drink some water. It's amazing. And it was 8,000 levels. So you did great. You did great work. Yeah, you're gonna feel a little more clear now. Yeah. Well, goodness me, but you have looks like Venus is in either the very end of I think it's in your first house, which would be, I'm sorry, not Venus, but Chiron is in your first house. And then Venus, oh goodness, Venus is in your seventh house. So, oh no, in your eighth house. That's in your eighth house. So identity and other people, other people, other people that you have intimate connections with. You could be having a lot of really beautiful connections with other people right now, like intimate, beautiful, especially like other women, like goddesses, like kind of bonding with them. However, there's this Piscean with Chiron there. Have you been having a bit of a pause emotionally? Has anything
Um,
been
like
coming
like
up? What's up?
what kind? Can you give me an example of
Like
like what?
emotional, like feeling like as you tune into who I am, right? First house, who I am, has there been like a sense of emotionalism, especially in relation to other women in your life?
Not really.
Okay. Okay. What about other people's money? And so how that could show up is in the form of inheritances or receiving money from other people or things like that.
I wish.
Okay. Well, it might still happen. Um, so the sun is in your seventh house today at the time of the equinox. Okay, so that means that relationships are very much highlighted. However, it's conjunct the south node of the moon. So that means that past life relationships, relationships from your past are coming up on some level uh, for clearing. And the sun is also directly opposite your sun. So this is an interesting time for you because who you are, right, is this Piscean, you're a Piscean mermaid, right? You're very much in the flow state, you're in the intuitive state, you're in the state of beingness. But you have Venus in the seventh house, you have the sun, the actual sun in the sky in your seventh house. And so there's like almost a tension between being who you are and other people. Like you're just being you, but there could be like a tension where like other people don't necessarily receive you the same way, or they want to know too many details, or they're too grounded, or it's like a restrictive feeling I'm picking up on. Like it's almost like, can I just be me and like flow through this and be in my pool and like, but the sun in Virgo is a bit more detail oriented. It's much more fussy, and it's in some ways can feel controlling because it's like, well, this is how you do things, right? If you want to have a healthy body, you have to work out like this, you have to do this, you have to follow this routine. And so I'm just picking up that there could be some tension for you, right? Her sun is in the seventh house opposite her own sun, between who you are, your soul self, and then kind of the collective soul purpose of the time, which is focused on, being grounded, being organized, doing your diet, doing your health, doing your routine. And it's with the past life point, which could be past lives around health and healing. So health and healing in relationship to others, creating a bit of a tug of war between who you are and your expression of just being yourself. Like it feels like there's some tension around you just getting to be Odile right now. Like it's not easeful. Like you're usually like, I've been watching you, like you're always in this flow state. You're just like expressing yourself, you're being yourself, you're enjoying the joy of life. And with the sun opposite your sun, I feel like there could be some tension here. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I had a very interesting discussion today with my aunt in Italy. We hadn't spoken in a year, and she was asking me why there was a cold front with the family. And I
Ah,
explained to her today the whole history of being the black sheep since I'm a child. But now, since 2020, with we'll call it the spiritual awakening and many truths that have come to light to people who could receive it. So I express my point to this that it's very frustrating for other people who don't get it, what's really going on behind the scenes. And now with all this stuff that's coming out in the media, I am in Blissville. It's like finally they all thought I was a whack job, and now the truths are coming out. So it's a bit of an ego, but it's very satisfying because it takes away. I was 100% set on my different way of thinking because I knew it was right. I knew the truth.
Mm.
So now that it's coming out, and we just today we were saying that it's frustrating other people. So the tension of just being myself, and I'm not going to pretend, have a small talk and talk about the weather when I know all this profound historic moment on the planet and I'm so passionate about talking about. I can't stifle that.
right.
So that was just today, Lotus.
Ah, there it is. And check this out. This is really fascinating.
How
Mars,
cool is that?
it's amazing. And Mars, to add to this amazingness and how much this is ringing true already, is that Mars is in your fourth house of the home and the family and the ancestors, which is action, right? It's things happening, and you have your talk with your aunt. Wow. That's amazing. And it's directly opposite your midheaven, which is your career, and it's opposite truth. So you have Mars in the first house of family in polarity to Sagittarius, which is the sign of truth. And it's your midheaven, which is Sagittarius, which is truth. And so your aunt comes in with this aggressive energy. Odalie, what's going on? And you're like, I'm waving my truth flag. I'm waving my freedom flag. Yes, I might have to create some tension, sun polarity to sun with another, but I'm going to speak the truth. That's amazing. You know, there's
Yeah.
another really big thing I need to share with you that I'm seeing that I think you're going to be very excited about. Are you ready?
Oh, wow. I already am. Every time I speak with you, it's like, oh my goodness. It's so it's so cool. Let's go. You can't surprise me anymore than you have.
Right. I mean, I live in a perpetual state of surprise, essentially.
I
I'm
know.
like,
Just
wow.
awesome.
So, so looking at your midheaven, you guys, I've been learning about the planet Pluto. And I've been learning lately that the planet Pluto, the god of the underworld planet, the deep, bring everything up to the surface planet, guess how long it stays in one sign? Like it stays in one sign for so long. Guess how long?
I think it's 18 or 20 years.
16.
16. Okay.
16 years. Okay. And so I have been learning about this and realizing that 16 years ago is 2008. Okay. And so when I look at your chart, 2008 is when Pluto entered your 10th house of career, which means that for 16 years, Pluto has been in your 10th house of career, which is not an easy placement for Pluto, okay? Because Pluto, it kind of asks you to go through like the deepest purging and transformation ever. Okay. And so the last 16 years may have been a challenging time for you to kind of fulfill your purpose or do your mission work because you've been transforming it, right? You've had to go underground, so to speak. And so the good news, right? Lotus, get to the good news already. Thanks a lot for talking about the last 16 years. Good Lord. The good news is that Pluto is retrograde right now until about next year in Sagittarius. It's like in the very end of Sagittarius. And next year, it's going to go direct. Guess what? It's going to go into your 11th house out of your 10th. Okay. So your purpose, your midheaven is going to be free of Pluto. Finally, after 16 years, you're
Wow.
finally going to be free.
That's that's an adult lifetime,
It is. It
right?
is.
Isn't it? It's like
Mhm.
you think that's always that's what it is. It is what it is,
Right.
right? It becomes so normal.
It does become so normal. Yeah, you think it's never gonna end. You're like, ah, this is just my life. Right? This is just what I have to go through. Cry into the pillow, right? But the good news is you're almost done. And so I'm gonna be sure to
Yeah.
share with everyone where you have had, and I know Anthony's already like calculating where his Pluto has been. Um, but as it leaves and goes into this other house, you're going to finally have this freedom to kind of be more of a truth teller and kind of go out there more and share your knowledge with people. And I'm just really excited for you. And I just I really wanted to share that with you because now Mars is opposite your midheaven, so it's activating it on a really strong level.
Wow.
Yeah. So I think you may notice you get like more energized, like things may be happening, and it's going to be a big shift into next year. Like this year, you're still kind of finishing up the last Pluto whatever's that it needs to do in that 10th house to clear it, to purify it, to take you to the next level. And then next year, it's going to be free and clear. And yes, we'll talk more about what it will mean in the 11th house. It could mean a lot of transformation around friends, might like a huge transformation around your social networks, a cleaning out. You might have a friend clean out for the next 16 years to get you to like have the best friendships ever, which you're already on track. You're in a good community here, right? So we got you.
Exactly. It's
You have your
exactly what I would think. It's really to find the tribe, as they say, right?
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, it's real. That's why I do these events. I'm like, I've got to get my people together so that we can collaborate, so that we can build the mastermind, so that we can look and tune into these energies in a really powerful container, right? A really powerful container. So I just wanted to share that with you because I'm excited. I think you're going to have a really different experience with your career going forwards. And I was like, oh my God, look at that. That's so, so great. Any final questions here?
No, I like how you're doing like different chapters that we can really get deep into one theme of the chart.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not as overwhelming to learn everything at one shot. So we're really going with the energies of what is, what's
Yes.
going on, and what's parallel. But what I find very well, it's kind of weird, is that my chart seems to be like what the sky is.
Yeah.
Like my Chiron's in Pisces, and it really is Chiron in Pisces.
Right.
Then anyway, there was a few things that I was saying like, oh, that's weird. It always
Chiron.
hits.
Yep. Chiron.
Often it hits on what I have, So if you have Chiron as the wounded healer, so it means wounds against things that are in the spiritual world when it
Right.
comes to Chiron in the first, or is it the physical body?
Yeah. So Chiron is really interesting and it can relate to parts of the body. It can relate to like actual physical things, right? So depending on what sign Chiron is in, right? And so Chiron is in Pisces in your chart, and which is the sign of the feet,
Yep.
interestingly. And so it's in the 12th house, which is also the sign of the feet, because the 12th house is ruled by Pisces, right? That's the Piscean house. And so that's double feet. So that can relate to addressing issues from past lives, I would imagine, around the feet. And that's something you and I don't think we fully have gotten into. Um, how are you doing with your feet, by the way? I know this was when we first met, it was a big issue.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it was the thing of tripping all the time. So thank God I haven't tripped in a very long time. I'm steady on my feet. But anyway, we know the feet are like the root of the body. And if that's not stable, then it's difficult for all the other structures to be working properly.
Right.
So it's work in progress. It's far
Okay.
from being resolved. But I was wondering, does this Chiron placement, does it have either a beginning or an end of this issue with my feet? Did you see?
Well,
It started 2020 like severely, let's just say,
yeah.
that I've been almost unable to walk properly, like in a tremendous pain. I would
Yeah.
love to know to say, in the next month you're at the end of the
Right.
of that cruelty.
Yes, yes, right. Yes,
Mm.
okay. Well, that's really interesting that you bring that up because Chiron is in Pisces right now, right? It's about 32, 35 degrees of Pisces. And if you see here, she has 0 degrees of Pisces in her 12th house, right? And so 2020, I would imagine Chiron was maybe in either Capricorn or Aquarius and has been moving down to where it's now 35 degrees of Pisces. So the good
Okay.
news, Odalie, is that you've worked through Chiron coming through your 12th house and your first house and conjuncting your Mercury most recently. And now it's moving away from your first house and it will move into your second house, which does not seem to have anything to do with feet. So I would imagine that it's going to really shift a lot next year because Chiron is retrograde until about December 29th, long time. And then it's going to start going forwards again. Then it's going to go into Aries and then it will go into your second house. And so it will get out of the 12th house. We'll get out of the first house of identity. So it's kind of like your Chiron wound because it was in your first house has been about your identity. Like your identity has been all about your Chiron wound, right? Like it's just been what you've had to deal with. It's been your identity. And so as it moves into the second house, it's going to highlight themes around you taking charge of your leadership and courage to build the wealth in your life. So it's going to be quite a big shift in a good way, I think. I think you're ready for that shift, right? But new lessons,
Yeah.
but
Yes.
different lessons. Would you be open to me doing a clearing on your feet?
Of course.
Okay. Because I've gotten better at testing farther out. And with you being such an old
A
soul,
distance.
yeah, I feel that the issue may be somewhere very deep. So all of you watching this, whether you're at home or online with us, tune into what we're testing because it's going to bring something up for you. And then you're also going to get a clearing, which is great. We can kind of work on everyone at the same time. So Odile, is it okay if I muscle test on your behalf?
Please do.
Okay. So we're going to tune into Odile and we're going to tune into the root core cause issue with the feet. Okay. And so it's immediately past life. And a lot of our stuff it's either ancestral or past life or a big combination of the two. Yeah, you might notice you start yawning already. That's good. That's good. So past life. So how far back? Okay, more than 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, about 100 lifetimes back. So we're not talking any small scale issue here. This is like meat and potatoes, something that you've been processing through. And you're a very ancient soul, so I'm really not surprised it goes back this far. Okay, so about 100 lifetimes back. What is the emotion? So it's grief. It's just immense grief. You know, it's just immense, immense grief. And all of you are going to be clearing a ton because Odile goes way back in her timeline. She's like an OG soul. So when she clears, it helps us clear at like a very deep root level. Yeah, very good. So did this grief create a block in so the grief goes down. Now the block goes down. It's down below the feet. And, you know, big ups to Michael for kind of figuring out about testing above and below the blocks. He came up with that. And I was like, that is the coolest, most helpful thing on the planet. So I've been using it with my clearings and it's just been phenomenal. So we're going to look at blocks down below and it may go down really far. So just prepare yourself, okay? Especially with the feet, they're already really close to the ground. So we're focusing now 10,000 levels down. Okay, 10,000 levels down, 100 lifetimes back, there's a very deep grief. And so that deep grief has been trying to find its way out and to clear it, but it's so far out away from you that it's hard to access it. And it's so deep down that it's been hard for you to really let it go because it's so far away from your beingness. Okay, so focusing 100 lifetimes back, 10,000 levels down on the grief, whatever happened in that lifetime. Could you let this go? Would you let this go? When?
Yes.
Yes. Take a deep breath in and out. Good. And we ask for a complete change history and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. And you're going to feel a lot of energy moving. You're going to feel a lot of energy shifting. You're going to feel a lot of stuff moving out of your body. It feels a bit like sap in a tree, and it can feel like heat up your spine. Okay, so whatever movements you need to do, whatever breaths you need to make, just let that energy move through you. Activate, clear whatever's coming up. Deep breath in and out. Oh my goodness, this is such a relief for you, I feel. So now we're gonna focus on it again one more time. We're gonna focus 100 lifetimes back, way, way, way back in your life stream, where there was a very deep grief, a pain, a loss, a sadness, 10,000 levels down, and we're gonna ask for a complete change history, and everything is needed. Whew. Levels 1, 2, and 3. There's a lot of clearing happening for everyone in the group. This is amazing. I see so many yawns. That's so great. Yep, just let it move through you. A lot is shifting. A lot of really old, dense energy is moving, releasing, breathing, feeling. Just allow yourself to feel. Just allow yourself to breathe in and out. Ah, good. Deep breaths in and out. Good. So I need to focus 9,000 levels down now. 9,000 levels down, grief, sadness, and loss. Good. Are you ready to let this go? Yes. Good. We asked for a complete change history and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Good. Deep breath in and out. Good. And we need to clear another lower level. So 19,000 levels down, this grief and loss going way, way back in your life stream. It's just been so heavy, so hard to carry. And we ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Deep breath in and out. Okay. Now we need to clear an upper level block. 100, 200, 300. 800 levels up. Blocks to God. Blocks to source. Blocks to you receiving the source light. Could you let this go? Would you let this go? Yes. We asked for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Good. Deep breaths in and out. Good. Good. So just take a deep breath in and out. Notice what you feel. Move, stretch. There's a lot of energy moving through you now. You might feel a little sleepy. So anything and everything that clearing brought up or let down, we ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed, levels 1, 2, and 3. And if you see me yawning, that just means that I'm clearing. Clearing, clearing, clearing on a real massive level. That's it. Nice. There it is. Yeah. Good job. Good job. Yeah. Good. Good. Just coming back. Oh, what do you notice? What did you notice? How you doing?
There's a lot of electricity going through my feet, like
Yeah.
tingling,
Oh, good.
feeling. Yeah.
That's excellent. Because was numbness and neuropathy, is that one of the things you're dealing with?
Yeah, I would guess that's how I could best explain how it feels. Yeah.
Right. 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 So you're feeling more energy in them.
Yeah, the electricity went through, that's for sure.
Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. We're starting to wake them up.
Yes.
Those beautiful flippers of yours. Well, we'll have to do more work on this, but I think we made some good movement for you tonight.
Thank you so much, Lotus.
Mm-hmm.
You're such a sweetheart.
My pleasure. Yeah, my pleasure. It's an honor to help you all. And if you ever need to go deeper, I offer one-to-one sessions because I love to help you all. And those, my goodness, the things we can do in an hour and a half. Fantastic. Way to go, Odalie. Thank you so
No,
much.
thank you, Lotus. It's
Mhm.
just remarkable how everything fits with the astrology all the time.
Oh, I know. It's amazing.
Astounding, right?
It's truly astounding. Yeah, and you've been coming on live now for for months, maybe almost 6 months now, feels like. That's a good
Yeah.
chunk of time. Yeah, it's really great. I'm so glad you're here with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy equinox.
Happy Equinox. 21's my number because it's also in March, my birthday. But
Oh,
it's
there you
the
go.
opposite, right? So I resonate very much with the 21 energy, the
It
third,
is.
the
It's
three.
opposite. It's directly opposite your birthday, right? Sun to
Yeah,
sun.
exactly.
Amazing.
I'm the spring equinox.
You are. We have the spring equinox on the call with us, y'all. That's pretty special. We got all our bases covered.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Yes, thank you. I'm glad you're here. It's always a pleasure. I know you're there, and I will be laughing the whole call. Yeah, yeah, love it. I love it. Okay. All right, who is next here? We've got some friends. Sabah. Yeah, let's get you to bed, right? You're like up super late. Let's get you. Lotus. Duh. Okay. So we'll get to Sabah. You guys, is it helpful? Is it inspiring? Is it fun to see other people's charts and to see how much it fits for everyone else too? I mean, wow, I'm like blown away. Okay, so we get to beautiful Sabah's chart. Oh, that's such a good picture. And we've got Venus in your first house. Or I'm sorry, we have Chiron, the wounded healer, in your first house right now, conjunct your own Venus. Oh, Lordy. Oh, my goodness. And then over in your seventh, eighth house is where you have Venus in polarity to your own Venus right now. So what does that mean? What does that mean? That could be a bit of a challenging time around doing what you love, right? Because Venus represents doing what you love, right? And it's also money and value and making money. And so there's this big dichotomy between working hard and service and giving and like the details, right? Venus over here in Virgo, like being very much serving other people. And then your own Venus in the first house being a different storyteller. This Venus in Aries is a leader. It's a priestess. It is a guide. It is someone in charge. It is someone who does her own business. She does her own work. And so there could be a little bit of a clash, and there could be a wound from a past life around you doing what you love. Around you doing what you love. And so that could be poignant right now. And it could also be why you slept all day, because it's like, how do I find my truth, right? There's this tension. There's this tension between doing what you love, who you are, and where Venus is in the sky, where the opportunity is that you can see from someone else versus doing what you're here to do. And you have Chiron conjunct that Venus. And so there could be a chance that you've just been feeling like, I can't do it. I can't do what I want to do right now. I don't have what it takes to do what I want to do right now. It's too intense. It's too hard. It hurts too much. It hurts too much to do what I love right now. Venus with the wounded healer. It hurts too much. It's too painful.
I need to share.
Yes, please.
That was on Tuesday. It's exactly how you're telling. So yeah, I came to conclusion. Probably I have to step away to give some other person the chance to do it, because I just cannot do it. And it was the whole day waiting for a decision maker. So one person with whom I'm working to tell him, hey, you know what, I cannot do it anymore. Just give my position. Funny fact, he never showed up that day.
I wonder why.
I mean, never happened for 5 years we were working together. Never happened that he just don't show up. It's always like telling to people, hey, probably I'm not going to be around or whatever. And they were like, what's happened? Like all day I'm waiting for that person to come. So yeah, it was like, I just have to stop it. I cannot do it. Well, I love doing it. I had to connect with some friends that know my story, know how I deal it with few things. like same situation.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was an eyes opening.
Right. So did you decide to not do something that you didn't want to do anymore, or did you give something up? Tell me about that.
I decided actually to step back in terms of emotion and to focus on something that I'm good at right now, instead of just keeping thinking about these emotions until the person show up, but he never show up. So I just finished the good work.
Okay.
He came on Friday, everything was set up. It was good. And I told him, by the way, I told him, hey, you came yesterday? I wasn't aware. And he was like, oh, what's happened yesterday? Oh, nothing. That's all good.
Right. So you had this big decision and then he didn't show up. So you didn't get to tell him that.
The destiny stopped it. Yes, I will say the
Uh-huh.
destiny. I just heard later that he was traveling. The little child, she had a very big challenge because she had the diarrhea in the airport.
Wow.
So he was just cutting off all the connection at that time. He had to deal with that.
Mhm.
And in the nighttime, he just decided it's too late. So I'm going to work tomorrow and we're going to see.
Is there a part of you that's wanted to go off and do your own thing?
What do you mean?
Like start your own company?
I do
Like
have my own company.
you have your own company.
Yes.
Okay, so this person works with you.
Yeah, I have two actually. Not one. I have
Okay.
two
You have
But
that's
in one project, yes.
okay. So how are things going for you? Are you feeling fulfilled? Are you feeling like you're having to work too much? Are you feeling like you're in good balance? Where are you at on the giving too much versus getting enough in return?
I came to conclusion that 24 hours is not enough for doing what I do. And yeah, well, as I said, it was really challenging a week. Actually, it was challenging 2 weeks.
Yes.
The energy wasn't a top, which is good because it's helping me to work more efficiently.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah. I was like exploding in terms of energy.
Mhm.
So I could finish many things at a time and so on. But at the other hand, there is the exhaustion of the body. So
Yeah.
I came to a point of no, you just don't move, which happens today, right? Today, I think the last time happened it to me like this, it was like at least few years.
Same time.
I think, yeah.
Well, check this out because the sun is exactly conjunct your Mars right now in the house of work and service. So that means that your energy is like gotten this huge boost at the same time that the sun is opposite your 12th house, which is your house of rest and relaxation. And so there's this kind of thing of like, while you're getting a lot done, you're also like not maybe getting as much time to rest and relax. And so that's why today you just had to sleep. You just had to sleep. Plus, Mars is conjunct your IC, which is your house of home and family. So that means you might have more energy at home than you've had. Like you might be like more drawn to being at home. Like there's things to be done at home. Like you have projects you want to do. You have self-care you need to do. Home is going to be
Correct.
really highlighted right now, especially into the next month or so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then I also want to share with you that Pluto, remember how we talked about Pluto? 16 years? Hi, hi, hi.
Shoot.
You have also had Pluto in your 10th house. So amazing what you've been able to do with that, right? Like
Really?
way to go. And so it will exit your 10th house, not next year, but like maybe halfway through next year or a little bit past. Okay, so you're leading away from the Pluto in the 10th house, which means that you'll have more success in that field. Right, it's going to be easier, it's going to be less deep and intense Doing your career, doing your purpose is going to be easier. But right now, wow. So Sabah, you might have some really good opportunities with money come in. Okay, because you have Venus, the goddess of love, conjunct your Jupiter, and Jupiter is the millionaire planet. And it's in the house of partnership. So it could come through other people, like your business partner or whoever. But the thing I want to look at is that Venus is opposite Chiron, the wounded healer. So what I would like to do, if it's okay with you,
Mhm.
is check to see if there's any past life blocks around you and wealth. Because I
You're
feel,
gonna found.
yeah, which I feel like with Jupiter, with Venus, the billionaire planet, that's a huge opportunity waiting to happen. But we have Chiron directly opposite, which is the wounded healer, and it's from past lives, and it's related to spirituality. It could even be oaths or vows you made to not be wealthy, etc. So with your permission, I will muscle test this and see if we can't clear blocks to you manifesting the money, right? Like instead of it just being a possibility, it like actually coming through. Does that sound good?
You have my permission.
Okay.
Thank you.
And everyone else watching this, join in because that might help you to clear as well, right? It's amazing when we're in a group what happens and how we all kind of collectively clear. Okay. So I'm going to muscle test for you, Sabah. And so in order to, so there is something. There definitely is something. It's like it wants to come in. It wants to come in, but there is something. Yeah, do what you need to do. Yeah.
Ready.
Okay. And so the core root issue we need to clear is, again, past life. And I'm not surprised today is so much past life because it's the equinox. We're really connected to the soul, right? And so our timelines are really activated. Okay. So it is a past life and it goes back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 lifetimes back. It's not so far back, right? It's not like a super major issue, but there's something. 8 lifetimes back. And it's grief. There's a lot of grief in the field that's wanting to be cleared today. So we can get lighter, so that we can get brighter, so that we can get more balanced to create what we really want. Okay, so grief in the field, 8 lifetimes back. And did this create a block, so it created an upper level block, like a block to God, a block to you receiving, right, the good things, right? Because there was grief and sadness. Okay, so that's all we need to know. Are you ready to let this go? Okay, so could you let this go? Would you let this go?
Yes.
When? Okay, and so take a deep breath in, focus 8 lifetimes back, levels up, and we ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. That's it. Yeah, let the yawn out. Deep breaths in and out. The yawns are good. Yeah, that just means energy is moving. Yawn freely. Yawn freely and yawn well because you're letting go of old, dense, contracted energy. That's it. Good. Good. Deep breath in and out. We need to clear a lower level on the same issue. So 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 800 levels down. This grief from 8 lifetimes back. Focus on that. Deep breath in and out. We ask for a complete change history. Everything is needed. Good. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Deep breath in and out. Okay. Good. Deep breath in and out. Let the yawns come through. Good. Good. So I want you to think about money and wealth and abundance coming in now, opportunities.
I'm smelling it.
You're excited?
I'm smelling it.
You're smelling it. Wow, that's cool. Okay. So I just need to clear one more thing, which is that any oaths, vows, promises, fealties, commitments, contracts, bindings, or swearings made in this lifetime or any other to any spiritual or religious organization to never have wealth, to have a vow of poverty, everything that brings up or lets down from all of you on this call. Would you like to let this go? Yes, we ask for a complete change history and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3, letting all those vows and oaths go. Blocks to your wealth. in your DNA from your past life field. Yep. Beautiful. That's just that old stuff letting go. Hooray. Oh, yep. So anything in the way of us truly knowing, feeling, and perceiving that we can be spiritual, we can be connected to God, and we can have lots and lots of money. Anything in the way of that from this lifetime or any other, we just ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. A lot of yawns. Let the yawn come through. Nice. Nice. Yeah, big yawns. Yeah. Good. And so I want you to think about just having that big money coming in and just notice how different it feels now. Just how much lighter. And anything in the way of that, we ask for complete change history, and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Take a deep breath in and out. Yeah. Woo. Good. Let your breath flow. Let the movements flow. You can move if you need to. You can have some water. Deep breaths in and out. There you go. Now you're going to need a lot of snacks after today's call, everyone. This was a big clearing day. Yeah. Whew. Just clearing the air. Yeah, if anyone wants to write in the chat who weren't on the video screen, if anything came up for you while we were doing this clearing or how you're feeling now. I'm definitely getting like a pins and needles sensation a little bit, which can usually mean that like we did a DNA clearing. So it's like clearing at the DNA level, which means it's a big shift. When you have that happen, you're going to have a lot of water and have a lot of salt and sugar to kind of, yeah, more than usual. Yeah.
Was supposed to go sleep.
Yeah, right? Hey, Christine. Hey, welcome. Did you want to share something? No. Okay. So you're just joining us. That's fine. Yeah.
I'm in between.
You're in between. Yeah. The sprout queen is in between her growing and feeding and helping all the animals. Yeah. How many animals do you have?
I have chickens, ducks, rabbits, cats, and a dog.
That's quite a few.
So the cats and the dogs still need to be fed along with myself. Everybody else is done.
Yay, yay. Well, you're definitely a Virgo mama. That's a total, and I think you have sun in Virgo, or at least a lot of Virgo in your chart, right? So that's Virgo energy, my friends. The caregiver, the person nourishing and taking care of all the crops and all of the animals and everything, and ourselves on top of it. Sabah, how are you feeling, my friend, after that clearing?
Excited.
All right.
I'm feeling like I don't have a pain that I usually have in my shoulders. I know that this is like carrying all the responsibility and so on, but right now is like lighter. I really hope that it's gonna continue like this.
Yes, yes. Yeah, a lot of times. Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
That's great. So you actually had a little bit of a physical body symptom release from what was weird.
This long time. But I get used to work with and live with it.
Yes, yes. Well, hopefully it will continue releasing at night tonight while you're sleeping, and you're just going to feel lighter. Sometimes the clearings take a little time to process, right? Have you guys noticed that? Like we do a big event, we do these clearings, and the next day it's like it takes a minute, we're processing, we have to eat a little more, we get a little more rest, and then it's like, okay, this is how I am now. And it's pretty powerful what can shift. So really great. Hey.
I mean, little question. I was wondering something. So the last 2 days, I had a lot of people having a headache. But I'm at the opposite. I was under drugs, I think, because I was feeling a dizziness all the time, all the day.
Dizziness.
Don't have any physical problem, so we cannot say like a lack of something, but it's like I woke up, it was like very dizzy, and then you walk all the day. It feels like you're under some drugs, you know, like a cloud. And I was wondering, is it like the equinox?
Right. Yeah,
If
the energies have been really interesting. They've been very interesting. We've had a huge amount of solar flares this entire year. And those solar flares just add so much radiation to the planet. And so one of the best things I can recommend to people is actually eating more raw food and especially more sprouts. Sprouts and green living foods, fruits and vegetables, and lots of hydration like coconut water, because the energy on the earth is much more unstable than normal, right? So if we have fluctuating levels of radiation, our human physiology and body has to cope with a lot more different shifts in the energy fields, which also affects the Schumann resonance, which is the frequency of the earth that you can measure. We've been having huge spikes, and I haven't looked at the radar recently. Maybe Christine has, I'm not sure, but I don't know when the last spike was, but we have been having a lot of them up and down for weeks. So the other thing is that Virgo rules the tummy and Venus is conjunct your Jupiter. I think we may have helped you clear something. So you may notice the nausea go away now, but it may have been that it was activating like a past life energy because Jupiter's a big planet and it's been conjunct Venus. And that's the tummy. I've also, so Odalie saying, I heard it is a reaction to DNA upgrades. Yeah, so what does that mean? Essentially, when we have, the Earth tends to actually have a consciousness. I don't know if you kind of noticed this. And there are certain points of the year, especially when the frequency of the Earth rises, which is, I think, happening right now. And so it's very possible that DNA upgrades are happening. And so what we just did will probably help because you could have been having a detox as your system upgraded, essentially, right? So getting more rest and getting more snacks, and then you just had a little clearing too, so that's really good. And Virgo rules the stomach, right? So very interesting, Sun on your Mars, right? Mars can be the head, which is kind of interesting. It can also be just like too much. I would watch your energy right now. You might notice you get a physical body reaction if you do too much, right? Sun with Mars, too much heat on your energy, on how you do your energy stuff. So how you take action, how you do your work. So I'm just hearing you need to pace yourself right now, right? You're going to have more energy, but it's like that more energy is not necessarily your true body energy. It's like the planetary energy spiking your energy. So just kind of like monitor yourself a little bit more, drink extra water, eat extra snacks, and just like get out into nature. I would go ground.
This is exactly what I have been doing the last 2 days.
Awesome.
Like,
yeah. Yeah. And my favorite way to handle ascension symptoms or the rising in the frequency is to get a blanket and a pillow, go lay down on the ground under a tree and just like rest, like on a very deep level. Yeah.
thank you.
Yes. Fantastic. Kate, how are you doing?
I just wanted to say that I remember you did a clearing on me with that Jupiter Venus for healing the gut because I was talking about my mother, and you know what, she's got a split in her bowel, and we thought that was fatal, but she's come off the antibiotics and she's revived. So I just want to say, I just suddenly thought, oh my God, because we're like, what happened? This was supposed to kill her, but yeah, at the moment she's having a reprieve, and I just thought, thank you for that healing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. Thank you. Thank you, God. What a gift. Oh, thank you, God. This stuff is so powerful. We are so powerful. If anyone has anything they're going through that's truly, reach out to me because this stuff works. This stuff works and it can save lives. And what a gift. We're all energy. We're just energy. And even things that seem so challenging, we can change. I'm so happy for your mom. I'm so happy for you. Yes, I knew it. I knew when you told me, I was like, we can help her. I just knew that we could. I'm so happy.
And
That's so good. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for reaching out and giving that opportunity to do that. Oh man, I'm so grateful. Thank you, God. Oh, thank you, God. Yes. Whew, that's when I went and got my psychology degree, y'all. And I realized there had to be more to healing than the psychology degree. Thank God it put me on my path so I can help you all. Amazing. Amazing. I celebrate you, Kate. I celebrate your mom. I celebrate the power of all we are to shift whatever we freaking want to shift. I mean, we are unstoppable. We really are. When we have the right systems, the right methods, the right teachers, the right information, we can do anything. And I'm just so glad to be here and get to share this with you all. It's my passion. It's the purpose. It's why we're here. I couldn't be here without you, right? I couldn't give my gifts without you. So you all are such an integral part to my life and what we're doing together, because it takes all of us. It takes this community for us to have our gifts and then to share them. Like we have to share. Otherwise we get pretty unhappy, right? Like it's really important that we share what our gifts are. So thank you, Kate. Yes, I am doing the happy dance for the rest of today. Oh my gosh. Yes, yes, yes. Woo! Yeah. Ah, I'm so grateful. Sabah, that's beautiful. Thank you for sharing with us. You are such a benediction. I've never been called a benediction. I love that. I love that. That is a beautiful. I'm gonna have to look that up later. I am so grateful to be here, and I'm so grateful for all of you. Truly, truly, truly. You guys are gifts from God to me just as much. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who would like to go next? Who is up? I don't know where we're at. We've got, I think, some people out there. Who's ready? Raise your hand or unmute or do whatever you want to do, and we can dive into this. Yeah.
I think Christine wants to go next.
Oh, thank you, Andoni. Andoni's in it, man. You've been here doing the work and participating. It has just been so great to have your company. So supportive.
Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, it's getting late here in Florida. pushing 9 o'clock. So
this is coming from a woman who works with the land every day, right? So for you, when the sun goes down, that's time for bed because you rise up early, right?
well, I was born, as you can see, at 1:55 in the morning.
Oh, wow.
So I actually am a night owl.
Right.
It's crazy that I've always been in tune with the night, and I never knew my birth time until about a year ago. I actually, because my mother didn't have it anywhere in my records.
Mm.
And I actually had to call the vital statistics department of the town I was born in.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to the lady, I know this is a really weird question, but this is who I am. This is when I was born, and I'd like to know the time.
Right.
She
Right.
gave it to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Oh my goodness. And Sabah is 3:45 a.m. over in Bulgaria. Now, am I saying the right country? Is that the right country? Okay. For some reason, I keep mixing your country up with like Turkey and like these other countries.
Because I'm multiple countries. That's why.
Okay.
Moroccan as well.
Okay. All right. So we've got some night owls here. I so appreciate you staying up, sharing this time with all of us.
Thank you.
And Sabah, go to sleep. Yes, you're free to go. You just had a big clearing, so go get some rest. She's like, I can't think anymore. Yeah, biggest love and happy equinox. We're just helping get you all to as good of a place as possible so that tomorrow AM, as that benediction of the equinox arises, you will feel such great peace and such great connection with the earth, and all of us feeling that connection and that love is going to ripple across the planet and just be this big gift. The day after I did the last full moon eclipse on the property where I live, everyone came together. It was like a party, like the neighbors, everyone was like talking and communicating. Oh, Sabah, before you get off though, and
Yes.
Christine, if you don't mind, what I would like to do really quickly is call in a land healing. That was something that I promised in my description that I was going to do, was that I was going to do a land clearing for all of you. And Sabah is in another part of the world, so it'd be good to get as many of different parts of the world as possible. It's going to be very simple, okay? And we'll get right back to you, Christine, and you'll probably feel lighter after we do this anyways. You're like, I could go for hours more. Okay, so all we're going to do is we're just going to connect to our power. Right? We're just going to connect to our roots. We're just going to connect to our pure source light energy. Okay? We're just going to connect to the greatness of who we are. Because when we make a command from the greatness of who we are, everything in the entire universe listens and pays attention and assists us. Okay? So we're just getting into that beautiful space of feeling connected to our voice and connected to the power of our voice. Okay, and we're going to call in a land healing and clearing across the planet for each of you, wherever you are at in the world, because we're so connected to the earth right now. We're so connected to our bodies, right? We're so connected to the here and the now. The land. Good. And now we're going to invoke the power of our highest self. We're going to call in our spiritual entourage, all the beings of love and light that serve and assist us. And we're going to call in something called the elementals. And the elementals are the energy that sustains the earth in physical form. So they take all this energy that's present and they kind of maintain a material reality for us. And they do a great service for all of us. So we're going to call in the elementals. They're similar to fairies, but they're much more grounded. They're much more solid. They're much more like a structure. Okay, we're going to call in the elementals. We're going to call in our highest selves. We're going to call in the highest selves of the land where each of us lives. So I want to invite you to connect to the land and the earth that you live on. You each have a connection to the land where you live. Okay, so you're going to call on that connection. Good. And we're going to call on the elementals. We're going to call on the devas. We're going to call on the violet flame. The violet flame is a purification energy. It is the union of the divine feminine God force and the divine masculine God force. So we're going to call in the power of the violet flame. We're going to call in the power of any ascended masters, any God realized beings that work with the land and the property that you live upon, that have been and worked there for all of eternity. We're going to call upon your highest self. We're going to call upon the God and the angels of the highest light and love to come and assist us. And we're going to command a complete unconditional love, land healing and clearing, calling upon a Christed grid, which is just a grid that's going to purify and pull up any negative emotions, any negative toxins, any grief, any anger, rage, any negative energy stored in the land of your home, of your property. We're going to use the Christed grid to just go in there. We're going to call on the Darndella, Cephalo, all of the divine elementals to come and assist us with clearing the lands and the properties that you live on, clearing the grounds, clearing all the way down and asking for a complete unconditional love, land healing and clearing, pulling out any toxins, any negative imprints, anything that is no longer needed in that land. We command a complete unconditional love, land healing and clearing for the highest and best for all beings associated with the land, that it be easeful, that it be gentle, that it be loving, that it be kind, and doing a complete unconditional love, land healing and clearing of the earth beneath your feet. Pulling any toxic debris, any negative emotions, any negative spirits, any demons or entities, just pulling them all up and out to the light. We ask for a complete change history around all of that, and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. And we just see that Christed grid pulling up any negative energies in the land, sending it to the light, transmuting it, transforming it, releasing and clearing it up and out of you, out of your body, out of your space, out of your house, out of your home, out of your body, out of your being, out of your DNA, releasing and clearing it, all that old stuff and energies from the land that you've been walking around in and absorbing. We just call it to be cleared completely through the Christed grid, through your body, through your temple, out of your body, out of your house, out of your home, using that Christed grid. And we ask for, as that Christed grid completely cleanses and purifies the house and home where you are, We ask now for as it completely clears and purifies, that it be completely filled up with the complete, pure, unconditional love and light of the creator of all that is, with fifth dimensional energy, with the pure, unconditional love and light of the creator of all that is, downloading from heaven the divine gifts of pure, unconditional love and light, purifying the land, purifying the grids, purifying you, purifying your family, your home, your temple, your office, anything and everything connected to you and the land, clearing and purifying that space and pulling anything non-beneficial up and out, sending it to the light. And we do a complete unconditional love land, healing and clearing for you, for all of your descendants, for all of your ancestors, for this space, for this place, using that Christed grid, using the violet flame light to cleanse and purify the land, all the way down to the groundwater and up and out. Whew. And we ask that it all be replaced on all levels with the Creator's truth and definition of pure unconditional love, filled up now with that pure unconditional love and light from the seventh plane with 5D energy, forgiveness and compassion, goodness, love, just this feeling of groundedness, this feeling of nurturing, this feeling of being connected to high, pure energy, calling on the energy of heaven to come and channel down now from above all the way down through into the earth, bringing that golden heavenly light from God, from source, down into Mother Earth through you, clearing, filling up the space of the land with that pure heavenly energy, filling up your home, your office, your body, temple with that pure golden light from God, from source, from the creator of all that is, and feeling that light filling up more and more and more, like there's a big golden ball of light above your head, calling on Zion heaven to come through, the big Zion heaven to come through and bring it down and plant it into the earth, planting that Zion heaven into the earth and feeling that light blossom, golden light through your body, through the land, for all beings on this earth. Thank you, God. And we are so, so grateful. Thank you, God, for this healing of the earth. Thank you, God, for this healing of the land. And just see that golden light filling up your home, filling up your property, filling up the land, filling up your bodies. Just this pure, beautiful golden light energy, bringing the energy of heaven on earth back to the land where you live, wherever that may be, bringing it, planting that seed into the soil, that heavenly energy of love from the 5D, all through all levels and layers. Thank you, God. And it is done. And it is done. Planting in this new seed, this new intention for the land, connected to the earth, connected to our hearts, grounded and stable. Just feeling all the any energy shifts in your own body, because there were a lot. And just breathing in and out, and just know that the next days and weeks ahead, your house, your property, your home is just going to feel so much lighter, so much brighter, just so much more peaceful. And that you can watch the replay of this anytime you want to do a refresher, clear out any energies, so that your house and home can be just filled with this beautiful golden light energy. Yeah. Odalie says, beautiful clearing. Wow, needed that. Yay, awesome. Yeah, I love land clearings. We did them on the full moon eclipse, actually. And I realized the next day that that was why the property where I lived felt so amazing. I was like, gosh, it feels like heaven on earth here. Like, what happened? And was like, oh, we did a land clearing. It's like, wow, imagine if we did that on a call with, we have people in New Zealand, people in Las Vegas or Nevada and Bulgaria, Mexico, Florida, Canada. We're like, what's going to happen to the earth if we've just cleared this monumental amount of stuff out of the land? Like, we're going to all feel lighter. We're all going to feel brighter, and we can always clean it again as needed, rinse and repeat. Now you know the process. You just connect to something higher. You make the command for a land clearing. You call on the elementals. You call on the violet flame. You call on the ascended masters and your spiritual entourage. You imagine a Christed grid to go into the land, to pull it up and out. transmute and transform it, and then replace it with the pure unconditional love and light of all that is, the 5D energy and golden light from source. And so here we are. Yeah. Yeah. Anyone want to unmute and share? What was that like for you all out there? How y'all feeling?
I'm still releasing stuff, but it was really
Yeah.
good
Yeah.
sitting,
So,
sitting
yeah.
on
So,
that for a bit here. I
yeah.
did a really big land clearing, like I guess it was the July solar flares that we had. I got activated out here, so I did a clearing then, but this was like the next level. Thank
Yeah. Yeah. So go ahead and tap the side of your hand. Sometimes when we're processing energy, this is just a really instant go-to. My partner, Michael Grady, has really taught me so much about using the tapping method and the power of tapping the side of the hands to reset our emotional system if we get into a reversal, if we get off, to just kind of ground us back into our bodies. And then you can just rub right here, which is called the tender spot, to help you release any tension that you may be holding after doing such a big energy shift there. Yeah, and just sort of acknowledging, oh, even though I feel, I completely love and accept myself, right? Even though there's so much energy processing through, that was high energy and I'm feeling it, and what just happened? Whoa, I completely love and accept myself. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, cool. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I got to do this regularly. Yeah. All right, my dear Christine, thank you so much for your patience and letting us do that while Sabah was here. I just felt like we needed to have her there to really get the full breadth of the planet here. Yeah, how you doing, Christine?
I'm good. I had to switch to my computer. My laptop was dying.
Oh, right. Yeah, I know, because I do these super massive calls. So thank you all for staying on so long. I always aim to do less, but you know, there's so much goodness that wants to come through. My mom's like, how do you do it so long? I don't know. I think I just love it so much. Okay. So, oh my goodness, my sister. So you have Venus over here in Virgo near your sun. Let's just clarify. I haven't looked at the chart for a minute, like how many degrees we're dealing with here. I'm like, what happened? Where am I? Okay. So that's one reason I use astrology charts, is they're really helpful to help us stay grounded when we do a lot of energy work, or we're like feeling our emotions, our intuitions. The chart brings us back to like, okay, logical, linear thought. So yeah, we've got Venus 36 degrees of Virgo and Sun 7 degrees of Virgo, Chiron 32 degrees of Pisces. So coming back to your chart, 36 degrees of Virgo is literally conjunct something called Vulcan, which is a hypothetical planet, which means I don't think it's really even necessarily there, but they've placed it in the spot in the sky, and it's a thing. And it supposedly relates to the storm god, which is interesting because Venus was his wife, actually. Venus was the god of the storm and the god of metalworking's wife. And they had quite a bit of marital discord because Venus was always going off having affairs with like Mars and like other sexy gods, because Hephaestus was just not a super good looking chap. His mom tried to kill him when he was little or she like threw him into the ocean because he was deformed. I think he had like a club foot. So he wasn't known as like a super handsome member of the gods. And he wasn't even allowed on Mount Olympus, where his parents, Hera, the queen of the gods, lived, until he made a throne for her. He became a metal worker. He made a throne for her. He brought it to her, and he devised a scheme to get back onto Olympus. So he trapped her in the throne, and she couldn't get out. And so finally, to release the queen of the gods from the chair that he made, his mom, they promised that he could come up to Mount Olympus and stay. So he had to get a little tricky and to get a little bit tricky about getting what he wanted, right? He kind of had to like figure out how they functioned, right? Like he kind of realized like my parents aren't very fair, right? They're not going to just have me come live up on Mount Olympus, which they should do because I'm their child, but they disown me because I wasn't perfect, right? And so he devised a scheme to get his way, which I don't necessarily support that. I do think it's kind of interesting that that's what he did. And he got invited back to Mount Olympus. And as a consolation prize, they married him off to Venus, the goddess of love. When a lot of people say, well, did she have an option? Did she have a choice in this matter? Like what's the deal? And so it's so interesting that you have Venus conjunct Vulcan, which to me, that speaks to like maybe a mellowing of the storm, right? If that's the storm god, right? And Venus is the goddess of love, that maybe some part of yourself is receiving like a consolation gift, right? It's like receiving some type of a like support energy around a part of you that's maybe felt disowned or locked out or disconnected or not received. Venus can represent love coming to that part of yourself. And it's also conjunct the sun, which is your soul essence, and conjunct your own Venus. So this is like a very powerful time for you around your who you are, right? And like learning to love yourself, I'm hearing, like learning to love all the parts of yourself, like not just the good parts, but like, yeah, the part that got disowned or the part that was the black sheep or the part that wasn't accepted. Like having Venus there could relate to having both that wound come up and also the love needed to heal it. Then we have Chiron, the wounded healer, in your 9th house, which is the house of higher learning, in polarity to your sun, to Vulcan, and to Venus. And so you have your fair share, over your fair share, way more than your fair share, of the Chiron wounded healer activating your soul essence and your storm god energy, right? The part of you that bangs on tools and makes sure I get my way because sometimes the people around me just ain't doing their job right. Okay, so there could be a wound coming up for you around your heart, right? Around like not getting enough support, right? Especially to travel, wounded healer in the house of travel. So this could speak to potential delays with travel, right? Because Chiron is retrograde and it's retrograde until December 29th. I know. But you also have Venus in the equation. So there's also the chance that it could be a really big healing. Okay, good night, Kate. Kate took off. Yep, really good to see you, Kate. Really good to see you. Awesome. Awesome. So last time we spoke, you were thinking about moving. How's that going?
Nothing. No response.
Okay. Okay.
No,
Okay.
it's it's a catch-22. I have to remind myself that okay, I'm in the space that's allowing me to be here present to do this.
Mhm.
I'm not trying to pack stuff, finish stuff up to move,
Right.
but yet
You want to.
I want to.
Yeah, it's all you want. I mean, soul, self, sun, opposite the travel house.
Right. So it's yeah, it's we did that clearing on Tuesday, I guess it was, but I still maybe it's because we're in that in between time between the ending of one and the beginning of the other.
Mhm.
I'm really having to just surrender.
Right. Right. And that's Pisces energy, right? Right. And it's not your nature because you have Sun in Virgo, which is like, I want to take action. I want to take care of stuff. I want to care for stuff. I want to improve the situation. That's what Virgo wants to do. So having that Chiron in the 9th house right now is definitely creating a slowdown with the travel plans. Like that's a difficult thing. However, I could help you with the clearing specifically on, and this is what it would be. What's happening is that you could have a past life trauma around travel that having Chiron in the 9th house is bringing up to the surface.
And so would that affect a potential like job move?
Yes, yeah, it would affect a good like big travel situation. Like, so if you're going to travel far, 9th house is the house of far travel. If you have Chiron, the wounded healer there, and it's retrograde till December 29th, it could represent that it's triggering past life wounding around travel, right? And so it's like you're not able to move because you have a past life trauma that needs to be addressed. And so it's slowing you down until you face it, or it's over and you just kind of ignored it and got through it. And now you can move on. I think clearing it's always better. That's why I like to check in and see what's going on so we can help you all. Right. So I want you to, would you like a clearing on this? And let's see if this can help make something happen. That would be fun. And if not, it might just be wait and surrender for, you know, the next half of the year until Chiron goes direct finally, and then you're free. I don't know for sure. I can't say, but I do know the astrology, so I can give you that type of guidance. And I'm sorry, I hate to be the bearer of such news.
No, but it's obviously what I signed up for.
That's true, right? Whenever anything that's happening, we chose it. So we have to learn how to surrender. Yes, I know. Not always easy. Okay.
No, I feel like I've surrendered, like I've had to surrender so much in
Right.
the
Yeah.
literally 3 years.
Well, check this out. We've got your Chiron like Odalie in Pisces as well. And
Right.
she had, since 2020, she's been in this like whole thing she's been going through affecting her feet. For you, it's in the 8th house, which is other people. It's also your marriage partner's money. And it sounds like it's been related to that issue. And it means that Chiron was in your 8th house. It was in your 7th house. And now it's finally gotten into the 9th house, right? So now you're facing the Chiron wound is around the travel and the far foreign travel and also the higher education and higher learning. Okay. So let's see if we can clear a past life here that's being brought up for you around travel. And there could be like some type of crazy past life block around traveling and going far that with Chiron there is being brought up, which could mean that you're slowed down because there's a weight. There's like a force of that past thing, like literally on top of you. You can't move. And you're like, I want to go, but I can't because there's an invisible energetic substance that I have to release, right? That's essentially what's happening when we go through this stuff. Okay. So do I have permission to muscle test on your behalf?
Oh yes.
Okay. So we're just going to muscle test the root of, so is the issue 9th house with a block to you being able to fully travel? Yes. So past life. Yes. Okay. So how many lives back? 1, 2. So about 29 lifetimes back. Okay. And it's grief. And you can feel it. I think all of you who start coming to my classes, like you're going to start feeling when the emotion is grief and you go, yeah, I could sense that. Like that was like it was heavy. It's like grief is very heavy. Anger is more just hot and contracted. Sadness is like you just feel tears, teary-eyed. But grief, it's like, oh, it's like 500 friggin' pounds and you can't move. And that's why, you know, trapped grief can really get us. Okay. So this grief, 28 lifetimes back, grief and loss. Oh my goodness. And so was there a block? And everyone at home watching this or, you know, here now, go along with us here. See what this brings up for you. You'll feel stuff and you'll know. Okay. 28 lifetimes back, grief. And this is creating an upper level. This is a lower level block. So that could be why you can't move, right? So if you're, yeah, there it is. Good. Good. So this goes down 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800 levels down. Ooh, 800 levels down. So I want you to focus 28 lifetimes back. grief and loss, and 800 levels down, feeling into and thinking about travel, how much you want to travel, and just the grief about not being able to travel, 28 lifetimes back, 800 levels down. And could you let this go?
Yes.
Would you let this go?
Yes.
When?
No.
We ask for a complete change history, and everything is needed. Deep breath, levels 1, 2, and 3. Good, deep breath in and out. Focus 1,000 levels down. This grief, sadness, and loss, 28 lifetimes back. It's just so deep. It's so overwhelming. How do I ever let this go? It's too heavy. I can't let it go. It's deep in there. We ask for a complete change history, and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Good. Deep breaths in and out. That's it. Good. Ten 10,000 levels down, please.
How many?
10,000 levels down, 28 lifetimes back. Grief and loss and sadness, like a ball and chain around your ankles, like a root system you can't pull out. Focus on it. You can't move. It's too deep. It's too stuck. Focus on it. Good. We ask for a complete change history, and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. See, a lot of these things are so deep down, we think they're us, and we become almost bonded to them like a tree and its roots. But in reality, it's just old, dense energy that's ready to go. Okay? So we need to do another lower level block. 8,000 levels down, please. 28 lifetimes back. Focus on the grief and loss, especially around travel, around being able to leave, being able to go, being able to be free. I want to be free, I'm hearing. I want to be free. 28 lifetimes back. 8,000 levels down. We ask for a complete change history. Good. Deep breath in and out. Levels 1, 2, and 3. And everything as needed. Right? And this one is just so deep, right? This has been such a deep block. Good. Deep breath in and out. Anything and everything that this deep block has brought up or let down for you, we just ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. And divine timing is always at play. You know, sometimes things are happening for reasons we can't possibly understand. And down the road, we'll go, God, I'm so glad. So glad that I got stopped at that moment, because look at what happened because of it. Like, thank you, God. And, you know, they always say that looking back, it's like 20/20 vision, right? And so that vision will come to you. Okay. So I want you to think about traveling, going to Hawaii, making a big move, going somewhere far. 800 levels down. Focus on making that big move. 28 lifetimes back, 800 levels down, the grief and sadness and loss that you had there. And we ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Good. Deep breath in and out. Good. Yeah, and you're going to feel a lot of energy sort of unleashing and moving through your body now. It's like a lot of cords got cut and like a lot of energy is coming back to you. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool, right? It's like, oh, what's that? It's like this nice feeling.
Well, some of it too is I have to wonder, is this meant for me? Like, am I going towards something that's not meant for me?
Right. Right. Well, if we clear all the blocks energetically to having it, right? And it's just still not aligning. Maybe it's not, but maybe after doing the work and clearing what's really in the way, it can happen, right? So it's a constant adjustment process of tuning into what's happening here. Is this just not right for me? Or is it there's some type of deep block in the way of it? And then giving that time and energy to clearing what's in the way. And then seeing and checking it again. And sometimes there's many levels, right? There's many levels. Yeah. So when you think about this trip to Hawaii and that big move, what do you notice now? How do you feel about what you're going through?
Again, like the vibe is, am I making the, I guess in times past when I felt like I wanted to make a move to go forward with something in my previous, years, it seemed it went quicker or smoother, or now granted where I am now took 3 years.
Mhm. Yeah.
But there was a hope there. There was, there was tinges of hope, and like I don't have those little signs right now that give me that warm and fuzzies that it's coming.
Okay. So I'm gonna just be honest with you.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna be honest with you as an astrologer. Okay. What you're dealing with here. Yeah, and the scope of it. Okay. So remember how we talked about how the sun is about 10 degrees of Virgo right now?
Right.
Well, that means the sun is opposite your Saturn in the 8th house, which is the house of other people. It's also the house of your partner's finances. I'm feeling a very deep karmic cord here with where you are, especially in relationship to your husband and to the land, that it's going to be difficult for you to leave until whatever this Saturn past life stuff with him is addressed, right? And so that might be doing a session with me one-on-one where we, and I know we've worked on things before, you work with someone else, whoever you work with, where you really dive deep and face whatever the past life karma between the two of you is, because that's what I hear. I hear that the two of you have some very deep past life karma. Saturn is very strong energy. Saturn can kind of keep you glued to something long after the joy of being there is found. And sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes it ends up being a saving grace where you're so grateful you stayed past the point where you didn't want to stay anymore. But sometimes it can be like, I don't know how to get out of this. I feel stuck or I feel trapped. And so my guess is having Saturn opposite this. So the sun is in your 2nd house of finances and of money, right? So job would fall into that category, especially because Virgo is work. But you have Saturn in your house of your partner, right? The 8th house is other people's money, and it's our intimate relationships, especially our sexual relationships, to be blunt, okay? So having Saturn in the 8th house could mean that you have past life karmic bonds with this person or with someone, and maybe it's not even your husband, but it's with someone that is keeping you kind of tied to where you're at right now. Plus Chiron is conjunct it. So Chiron and Saturn opposite the sun right now.
Right. So I have him and I have my mother both here.
Right.
So I think I'm double whammied.
You're triple quadrupled. You're like in the super bind. So let me try and help you out here because I just cannot leave you in this state here. So I want to look at.
Yeah, but I don't want to hold people up.
I won't be very long.
Okay.
So we're just gonna do a light one here. So the main issue is between you and him. That's what I'm getting. And this is the house of his money, and you have Saturn there. So it's like this bond to there's a connection. There's something here that has to be resolved. It's like, it's going to be hard for you to friggin' leave until this is cleared. That's what I'm hearing. It's like I see a rope. It's like it's not just a rope, it's like a chain. It's like a metal freaking chain. It's like you're freaking tied up, okay? So in order to free you from this conundrum here that your chart is showing us is happening right now, we need to clear a past life. No, we need to clear the DNA. Yes. Interesting. So we need to clear the DNA on your dad's side. Did your dad have abuse issues?
I don't know because he pretty much departed my life when I was 2.5, and I didn't have much relationship after that. So,
Okay. So I'm
um,
hearing that this could relate back to your father. So maybe not even just your husband, but like back to the father being like a core wound that's hard for you to leave because the core wound is so situated at the home, right? Because that's where you grew up or that's where the family space is. That being there really plugs you into this thing. Okay. So it's in your father's DNA, and this should help you feel lighter because right now it's very heavy. And it's more grief and it's more loss. And it goes back 40 generations back. Okay, so 48 generations back, grief and loss. And that's a lower level block, so it's like a very heavy energy. It's very emotional, okay? You're doing really great. 1,000, so focus 1,000 levels down. Focus 48 generations back. There was this tremendous grief and loss. Something happened, y'all, for her family line that was so heavy. It was so heavy, and you've had to carry it in your DNA. Okay, and it's been very heavy for you. I'm really sorry you had to go through this. You're doing amazing for what you've been carrying. And everyone at home watching, please try and tune into what's coming up for you because there's something for you that this is going to bring up. Okay, so 48 generations back on the father's side, grief and loss. Good, and we're going to focus down 800 levels down. And we ask for a complete change history and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Focus 900 levels down, that grief and loss, down, down, deep, deep, deep. And we ask for a complete change history and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Yep. Lots of stuff processing through for everyone. Grief down, down, down. We ask for a complete change history and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Focus on the grief and loss. 700 levels down, focus 700 levels down, and we ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Ooh, I got a good burp there. Woohoo. Okay, good. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 800 levels down. This grief and loss and the DNA on your father's side. No. Oh, another good burp. We ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Focus 19,000 levels down. Focus on the grief and loss going back in the ancestry on your father's side. 48 generations back, and we ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Good deep breath in and out. Let the yawn come through, let it out. You might want to stretch up and yawn. It's really a lot of energy, kind of clearing, stretch and yawn. Yep, let it out, 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 let it out. There it is. Let it out, let it out, let it out. Expand out. There it is. Woof. Good. Deep breaths in and out. Woof. You're going to shake it out. Big release, big clearing. Mm-hmm. Good. 400 levels down. Focus on the grief and loss on your father's side, and we ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Deep breath in and out. Good. Good deep breath in and out. Focus 400 levels up, blocks to God around this grief, blocks to God, grief, 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 400 levels up. And we ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. And any voices in the head, just repeating the same old pattern, the same old mantra, any grooves in the brain, any neural pathways around this grief that are still in the mind and the brain and the thought field. We ask for a complete change history around this grief, and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. And any beliefs like I'm never going to get over this, I'm always going to keep having to have this, I can never let this go, that are playing in the mind, we just ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Good. Deep breaths in and out. And any part of you that feels like I won't be safe without this grief, this loss, we ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Good work, everyone. Yeah. Tap the side of your hand. Woo! Just integrating all that energy shifting in. That was massive. That was really big. You may be feeling like how different the energy feels now, like it was very dense before, and now it just feels lighter. You might be feeling some DNA sensations, which is usually like a tingling in the cells, like a hot and cold. You might have hot flashes. Yep. Woo. Yeah.
I can feel like my heart beating in my chest. Like I can feel like,
Whoa.
yeah.
Yeah, like activated. This was very, very raw, very profound, very deep clearing. Good night, Odalie. We love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a beautiful evening. Good night, Kate. Good night, everyone. How are you feeling, Christine? How are you doing?
Yeah, I feel lighter.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see, again,
There could be some more layers. I mean, this is like you're in like the lifetime work of your life right now. Like this is like it. Like you're literally facing it. So I'm really glad you know me and you're with Michael. Michael and I have a wealth clearing call that we're doing tomorrow. If anyone wants to be involved in that, you can message me. So I'm really glad you're with us and you're doing the work. It's wonderful. Really glad.
Yeah. When I do my gratitude at night before I sit down and eat my meal, it's this has been part of, okay, I know I'm here whether I want to be or not, but again, it's allowing me to do this.
Yeah. Yeah, and you will get through it.
Well, we all do.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We all get there.
You chose it, you signed up for it, you got what it takes to handle it, right? That's kind of how it goes. And I think you feel lighter, you feel brighter to me. And yeah, all we can do is just be with what is and aim for the best and clear the rest that's in the way of the blessed. Right? Yeah. After doing so many clearings, I start getting a little like poetic. I start rhyming. It's like so much density, right? Like got cleared, you start like rhyming. It's really funny how that works. It's amazing. So Christine,
We should do a collab, Lotus, and do a song.
yeah, let's do a song. Yeah, I sing and I make up songs too. Aim for the best and clear the rest. Yeah, Alicia Law, that goes down in the record book. I love I love doing this work with you all. I just think it's so magical that we can shift stuff that's so deep and so ingrained and so stuck, and we can move it. You know, like we can move friggin' mountains. We really can. And it's like the energy, like we think things are so material and stuck, but they're not. They're actually, if you look at it on a subatomic level, all just vibrating neurons and particles, and not neurons, but atoms and molecules, right? And so if you really boil it down, you can see the space in between all of those molecules. And that's where the energy is. And if you get down to that level and we visualize at that level, we can change anything. Just like the stories in the books we see of superheroes like shifting, and like the Matrix where Neo like has those bullets coming at him and he slows down time and space, and all of a sudden like the bullets are slow and they're just light vessels, and he's just like dancing with them, right? Like we are that powerful and we have those abilities, and all that's happening right now is that anything in the way of that is being released. We are coming into our mastery. We are coming into what is possible as a species, as humanity on this earth. That's why there's so much to do. That's why there's like, oh, why do I have this thing here? It's because we enrolled in like a master level course and we're like, oh, I want to do cool stuff like that, right? Like I want to bend time and space and like dance, like be able to like move through matter. Like, yeah, that's exciting. And so we're choosing to handle the more human stuff so that we can evolve, right? And like move to that next level. So way to go. Just remember, none of the stuck energy is as material as it tries to convince you that it is. It's actually just all particles, right? So if something starts to feel heavy or dense, try to go deeper into the subatomic level. Try and see down to where instead of it being a mass that's like stuck and immovable like a mountain, it becomes like a TV screen and it's just like these vibrating particles. And then you can use your mind's eye to see how you can get through it, how you can transmute it, how you can turn it into air. Yeah. You're Jedis. You guys got this.
It's kind of the reverse of, instead of the mole, instead of making a mountain out of the molehill, you know what I'm saying? The reverse of that. Take that mountain and make it a molehill.
Exactly.
And then I
Exactly.
sit down and say, sorry, mole, but not today.
Right. Exactly. Moles are funny, man. You ever been walking by a hole and like one of them comes out and like stares at you and you're just like, whoa, you know, like this is profound. And they're like these little brown beings, you know, but they're just like so present. They live underground, right? They're just like so gentle and so quiet. I don't, has anyone ever had that happen to you where one pops up and you like have a moment with them? Like they're so cool. It's just so cool, man. I'm glad you brought up moles. Thank you. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, Christine, way to go. Woo, way to go. Way to clear. You know, if you get tired, you can always rub your hands together and just like, sometimes I'll rub my hands together and then I'll just kind of clear my field because this creates energy, and then the light from your hands can kind of clear your auric field. Kind of a fun trick. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Yeah. It's pretty magical. Woo! Thanks.
Thank you. Always, Lotus, I'm beyond grateful.
Well, I'm so glad. Alicia Law, you've seen them all. Yes, it's the best. I love seeing them. I'm so grateful for you too, Christine. All of you, I just feel like I know you all. Like I'm just like, hey, it's nice to see you guys again. Like right on, like we're here, let's do it. You know, it's like a club or something, you know, like a superheroes academy or something like that. That's what I like to see here. So I'm glad you're here. You're all friends. We're all here. Fantastic. So who have I not talked to? Who would like to? Alicia. Hi, Alicia Law. How is the birthday girl? How was your birthday?
It was amazing. Thank
Aw,
you.
yes, yes. Yeah, we,
I'm so lucky.
oh, I'm so glad.
Thanks for your
I mean,
help with that. So
yeah, I'm so happy to hear that. That makes me I think birthdays are just kind of special. They're really special. So I really like to hear because it's the day that the sun is literally conjunct where our sun was. And so we get this access to, I'm trying to look for your, there, no, client charts, client photos. Okay, hold, give me a moment here. What did I do? Help? Oh, there they are. You ever have a screen open and it's like a different size than it normally is, and your brain is like used to finding the folder where it normally is and it's not there. So fun.
oh, I have so many screens, so many tabs. Anthony always gets upset at me for that.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know. Like, why can't I have just infinite number of
Yeah,
tabs
exactly.
and several computers going at the same time, right? Yeah, I hear you. Okay, so I got your chart. There it is. I thought I got it before. Apparently not. Okay. And then I gotta white out the, well, I'm very glad to hear that you had an awesome birthday. You deserve it. And you look wonderful, by the way.
Oh, thank you. So do you.
Oh, thank you. You know, I look wonderful when I'm doing calls. I don't know what it is. I love them so much. It's like a beauty supplement for me. I'm like, you guys want to do a call? Let's go do some stuff. That's my makeup.
You
Okay.
get a certain law.
Right. Okay. No, yes, no. Okay. All right. So yeah, you're in the thick of it too, you know, like I always find it so interesting how everyone finds these calls who are going through kind of, you know, going through something to some degree. And so I'm always happy to be able to be of service. And this is your chart and you can see it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So Alicia Law's birthday was on Tuesday at the full moon eclipse. She got a real special magical birthday this year. Holy cow. Amazing. Okay, there we go. There's everyone. Okay. So, all right, we'll do this. Sure, that sounds good. Now we're in a different shape, everyone. Welcome to the train. Okay, so here we go. So tonight, wow, look at you. You've got Venus basically on your 12th house line, right? So Venus was what, 36 degrees of Virgo? So you've got Venus, right? You've got the sun in your 11th house, which is activating community still at the time of the equinox. And so it's great you're here on the channel doing this event with us. And then you have Venus, the goddess of love, conjunct your ascendant. And so this is a really powerful time. And it's interesting because you're wearing pink and Venus, like the color for Venus is kind of pink. And the ascendant is what you look like. And it can also be clothing that you wear. And I'm just like, I don't think I've ever seen you wear pink. And I just think it's so fascinating that now we have Venus conjunct your ascendant literally right now tonight. And you have this beautiful pink robe on. It's very feminine energy. You look beautiful.
Oh, there's actually also like a rose on here too.
Oh, look at that. As feminine as it gets. Right? Like as feminine as it gets. Absolutely. Amazing. Amazing. And then we have Chiron over here in your 6th house. It's conjunct your 7th, but it's not actually in the 7th. And it's also conjunct your destiny point. Goodness. So you're both being nourished by Venus, sort of like a lot of self-love, right? Like a lot of opportunities for you to love yourself and to think of the things that you love about yourself, right? With Venus on the ascendant. It might attract money to you, like because the Venus is the billionaire planet. So you may find that you have money, you have opportunities like delicious food. Venus can often be delicious food, delicious clothing, beautiful clothing. It's all the beauty of the material universe, right? So beautiful clothing, beautiful food, like everything of beauty that you can embrace and experience in the material world is attracted to you, my friend, right now. So it's a really good time to connect with other women as well, because women, of course, that divine feminine energy or receiving money, manifesting money, it's the billionaire planet. And yet it's in this polarity to Chiron, the wounded healer. So that could be bringing up to the surface because it's in your sixth house and it's also close to your seventh house and it's close to your destiny point. You could be having, oh boy, like a past life trauma around fulfilling your purpose, right? So if your purpose is in Pisces, right? Your destiny point is in Pisces and you have Chiron conjunct it and it's retrograde until December. There could be a past life around your psychic abilities, right? Around your intuition, around using your psychic abilities, and then also related to money, right? So like being of service to others with your psychic gifts could be something that's triggering. Like, I don't want to be of service to with my psychic gifts. Like there's a past life trigger that says, no way, bucko, like you're not doing anything with those psychic gifts. You get on back up there to your Virgo South node and you stay there, right? You just give practical help, right? You just give material help. That's South node in Virgo. Destiny point is in Pisces, right? It's in Virgo's house. And so there's a certain amount of healing, structure, service, Virgo energy that you want to give people. But at the same time, it's in Pisces. And so there's a real calling for you to develop your psychic gifts, to develop your intuition, to develop your meditation skills and your upliftment of your beingness versus the materialness of life. And it's not comfortable. Not comfortable, right? It's deeply uncomfortable, in fact. And so I would imagine that having Chiron, the wounded healer, there is like exacerbating, like it's making it more pronounced, the challenge with the destiny point. Or it could be providing an opportunity to heal it very deeply. Okay. So that said, I'm already feeling it. So we might as well just do a clearing if you would like.
Yeah, that would be great. I think the minute you started talking about it, I'm like, oh, I'm feeling it. Like I just super heavy on my chest. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. See, I'm such an empath. I couldn't just become an astrologer because I sit through these readings and I'm like, I'm like feeling your pain. And I was like, okay, I have to be able to help you. I have to be like a first responder as we go through your soul chart so that we can address and heal those things because they're intense. I mean, we're talking Chiron, that's the wounded healer. That's like literally the biggest wounding and your destiny point, which is like your biggest challenge to step into and be. So yeah, it's going to be feeling like what the W, hey. So do I have permission to muscle test on your behalf?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So this destiny point with Chiron, the wounded healer. Woo-wee, this is a big one. Past life point. Yep. All the women on the call, I'm just getting the heads up, like you might really feel this. So just because she's got Venus opposite, right? So there's something related to like your femininity as well as your psychic abilities, as well as being of service. And this goes way back on the timeline, past life. And what's nice about this clearing method is like you don't really have to remember anything for it to work, which is nice. And then eventually when you do start remembering, you're like, oh, that was quick. I'm glad that's over now. Okay. So past life, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's so funny. I saw the number in my head. It just like was
Hmm.
right in front of my third eye. This never happened like that before. It was just like, boom.
Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
Yeah. 46 lifetimes. They're like, what? I don't even know what that means, right? Like one lifetime is like, I don't even know how to come, like, how do I process that, right? So just let it be for now. Let the yawns do their work. Okay. And so this past life, 46 lifetimes back, the chief emotion that we're going to clear to help you release this is sadness. Sadness. It's not grief, it's sadness. So it's like more of the teary-eyed variety of grief. So it's a little bit lighter, but it's just sad, right? It's like you could just tear up. Okay. And this created a lower level block, 900 levels down. Okay. So I'd like you to focus 900 levels down, 46 lifetimes back in this sadness. And we're just going to ask for a complete change history, and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. And could you let this go? Would you let this go? And when? And we ask for a complete change history and everything needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Good. Deep breath in and out. Okay, thank you, Andoni. We wish you the best night ever. So much love, my brother. Okay, good. Deep breath in and out. Might want to lift up your arms for a moment. Stretch out the yawn. Yeah, let the yawn come out. There it is. Yeah, it's a massive yawn, right? Massive yawn. Good. Good work. Good. Deep breath in and out. Good. Now I want you to think about your destiny point with Chiron near it and just notice how different you feel.
Yeah, it's still a bit heavy, but it's not as heavy as when you first mentioned it.
Yeah, it's quite a bit lighter. It's like it's still clearing. That's part of why it's still heavy. So just take a couple minutes here. Take a deep breath in and out. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. Still clearing. Yep. Someone messaged me. They're like, I did this massive clearing with them. It was like almost 3 hours. And it was really profound. We did some deep work. And he wrote me, he said, is it possible? This was like a week or two ago. He's like, is it possible that the session is still working itself out? And I was like, absolutely.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was like such a big clearing. We went many lifetimes back. He actually remembered the lifetime and started channeling from that lifetime so that I could ask him the questions.
Hmm.
And it was like way ancient times. And the clearing was immense. He actually was able to clear. He'd been having like issues with rage and anger, and he's like, it hasn't come back. And it was like we got to acknowledge that person, that lifetime of what it went through, what he went through, and then he wasn't angry anymore because he got to finally feel it and perceive it and let it go. And I was like, that is so cool. Not everyone, okay, not everyone remembers their past life. Starts channeling it. That was new. I was like, things are getting fun around here. I'm like, there's clients can answer the questions for me. It's great.
Oh, that's amazing.
I'm so happy for him, and I'm so happy for the power of this work to help. That's what it's here for, right? And just to help. You can get through life better. And then the walls, the chains, the stops go away, and it's easier, and it's an ongoing process. I'm not gonna lie. It's an ongoing, I clear every day, constantly myself, the more I help others, it's like the more I have to clear. I'm like, what? Like, the deeper we go. But then we can be of more service to more people. So it's a gift too. Okay. So I was kind of distracting you for a minute. So go ahead and think about now your destiny point with Chiron and just notice how you feel.
Yes, definitely. It is lighter, but it's still, yeah, there's still some heavy, there's still definitely heaviness there.
Yes. Yeah, I think we're gonna save that one.
No, that's all, that's totally, that's all good.
But I do see it still releasing.
That's
By the
great.
end of the night, it may be like a lot lighter.
Oh,
And
fantastic.
you can also use the energy of the equinox, similar to a full moon, to like let it disperse, like go out into nature and just like, I'm ready to let this go. I'm ready to, and a lot of it could be, I'm ready to receive the insights I need to have.
Mm.
And so maybe what this clearing is really doing, my guides are telling me, is to help you have awareness so that you can release more of it, but that it's good to have some awareness of your lessons and like what you're learning, right? Instead of just like getting cleared, it is good to have some knowledge of what's happening as a
Mhm.
soul and like where we're at and what's going on. And so sometimes I like to leave some things that I feel are like, okay, this is going to be for your best good to have awareness with this. And then once you're ready, it will naturally, whatever event you come to or do a session with me or whoever, it will get fully cleared. So, and it feels lighter. Like when I tune into you, like I don't feel like, okay, emergency, we've got to do a clearing. Like you seem like, present and just here and lighter. So that's really good.
Thanks for that, Lily.
Yes.
Can I just ask you with your Pluto? I heard that you were talking about it earlier.
Yes. Pluto. I cannot believe that. 16 years that
Wait.
it's one sign. Oh my God. And I think back to my 2008 and I'm like, uh-huh. I'm like, it has been 16 years and it's been my fourth house of the home. And it has just been, trust me, that's not an easy, it's not, none of them are easy, but yeah. Okay. So 16 years ago, Pluto started out conjunct your sun moon midpoint in the second house of finances. That's where Pluto started its journey into Sagittarius. And it's been in Sagittarius now and is at the very end in your third house. And so it's about to jump into Capricorn next year, right after December 29th. So that's going to be a real different shift. And it's conjunct your Mars right now. It's like a very loose, it's not close, but it's like, it's gone towards your Mars in a way, right? It's gone retrograde towards it and then gone forwards and then come back again. So you've kept having this kind of Plutonian energy down at the base of your third house, fairly close to your fourth house, kind of coming back and forth over your Mars. But it's more, right? So there's the tick for where the Mars, no, there's the tick for Mars. So it's in the third house. So it's more like in the middle of your third house right now. When it goes into Capricorn, it's still going to be in your third house. Okay. But it's traveled a long ways from your second house to your third house. And then it's going to get into Capricorn. It's still going to be in your third house. But then probably about, I don't know, 8 years because it's 16-year cycle. 8 years it will hit the house of the home. So that will be a big transformation phase for the house and the home, right? That could be a time where you move or you like do some type of reconstruction or you build something, right? Like that would be a big transformation around home and family. 9 years from now, that would be the shift to look out for and like be aware of. But it will be different because instead of having Pluto in the house of finances, which could mean you've gone through a lot of tumultuous years around money, just like instability, like things changing, like a lot of transformation of your values and your sense of self-worth. And then the third house, which is the house of communication, it's also the house of like social networking and sharing, like making videos and posting and like sharing information. And so having Pluto in your third house has probably made you very introspective and
Yeah,
not
I don't
prone
do
to like,
social media at all.
yeah, like really not prone to social media.
Mm-hmm.
So when Pluto finally exits your third house and goes into your fourth, which will probably be in about 8 years, you might suddenly get much more much more social with sharing with the world. And then you also might get more reflective because Pluto in the fourth, you'll be doing a lot of I would if I were you and I knew that Pluto was coming to my fourth house, because I've just lived through 16 years of it.
Oh, no.
This is what I would do. This would be my game plan, is I would get on a very regimented ancestral past life clearing like regimen, because that's really what Pluto or any other kind of intense planet is doing, is it's bringing to the surface that which needs to be let go of, that which needs to be brought to the light, the things that have been hidden brought to the surface. And so Pluto kind of goes into all of the basements and all the attics of our DNA and our past lives and is like, hi, like time to clear, right? Time to clear all this stuff out. So you're in a really good position. You're on the right track. But I would just clear this stuff now, you know, like I would just preempt it and like, oh, I already cleared all my DNA. I already cleared my past lives. Like, what you gonna do, Pluto? Like, like now we're gonna set up a nice cafe with some dark lights and like sit there mysteriously and enjoy your presence in the, house of the, instead of it being like tumultuous and like you have to go through all the boxes, go through the boxes ahead of time. And Pluto's there, it won't affect you. So what I've noticed, and this is just mind-boggling, right? So we sit here and we're looking at this chart, right? And we don't think about its effect on us. But I want you to think about when I was talking to you about your destiny point with Chiron, it literally felt like there was a heaviness around that area in the chart, didn't it? Like it was like right there, it was heavy. Like a focal point where you were looking on that issue and feeling what you were feeling. We do the clearing and then you come to look at the chart. Guess what? It's like way less now. Like it's not really there. You're not noticeably noticing a heaviness in that area of the chart. And so the same goes with having Pluto go to the fourth house. If you clear all that stuff and then we get all 16 years, 8 years, 16 years from now, and, Pluto's been in your fourth house and we look at it, you did the clearing work beforehand, it won't do a thing, right? All these planets are catalysts. They're catalysts for our spiritual growth. If we do the spiritual work, if we face the hidden things within us and we resolve them, then we don't have to go through like, oh, we have this planet with this, and it's happening for us, my friends. It is happening for us to dig up all that's in the way of us. So if you just get on a program with that now, you will be at cause and the planetary alignments will just be kind of interesting. And you might have like, Dracula come over for dinner at Halloween and like, oh, there's kind of like more of a spooky quality with some people I'm meeting, right? You might want to study like psychology, like of death and dying, or psychology of birth, or like become a midwife, or like do something that's intense, right? Pluto is intensity, and it relates to shamanism, it relates to the occult, it relates to the initiations of life, death, sex, and rebirth. So wherever Pluto goes, those themes are highlighted. So luckily, Pluto's fairly far from your Mars, and it's not going to conjunct it again as closely as it has over the last several years, which means that your energy is going to slowly come back more and more. Pluto on Mars is not good for energy because it's so introspective of what is the inner workings of your energy, right? It's like asking you to dive deep into how you use your energy, it's like into the DNA around your energy. It's like, whoa, a little invasive, Pluto. Come on. Oh my gosh. So as Pluto leaves from that sort of deep, you can think of Pluto as like, in those movies where there's a suspect and they're being interviewed by like some super, super high up like CIA agent, and it's like they're like grilling them. Pluto's a little bit like that. Like Pluto is like the operative that's like gonna get the information from the person. And so Pluto just like dives deep. And I know some of us are like that naturally. Like I know I am. Like I like go deep with people, right? And so if you have that naturally in your chart, Pluto's no problem. You're like, oh yeah, I know how to roll with Pluto. You're you're my friend. Yeah, no worries. Yep, we'll go deep. Fine. We'll get a nice drink and a nice dinner. We'll sit down, light a candle, and it'll be a good night. So I hope does that answer your question?
Yeah, it gives me some things to look at. Thanks so much for highlighting that, Lotus.
Yeah, it's interesting, right?
I always love your personifications of the planets and the different signs of how they are.
They're literally like characters in my head because I've had over 30 years to like think about them. Yeah. I wish I could like just take that video and then make it and then show you. That'd be easier. But words will do. Words will do. Okay.
Thanks so much.
Yes,
Appreciate it.
it's so yes, thank you so much. I'm glad you're here and happy birthday again. Oh my gosh. So we're dwindling. We've got the last remaining friends here. Is there anyone who still wanted? Yes, Melody, you've waited so patiently. I'm gonna stop share for my there you are. I'm surprised.
Well, are you still up for it? Because like you don't have my chart, so you can wait till I get everything from you.
I'm on it, Melody. What's you send me in the chat, just send me your birthday. Okay. And hi everyone on the live call, whoever's still there, or people who've jumped in over the hours of this very long call today. I love doing this work. I really do. It's so fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. So yeah, send me your birthday in the chat, time and location. Yay. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to just input that in. Okay, so 11th. Okay. So we're coming up on your birthday pretty soon here.
Yep, it's been a big shift from thinking I'm Libra, Gemini to to Taurus, all the Earth. So it's really cool.
When did you find out?
Um, Virgo, Taurus.
Uh-huh. When did you find out that you were a
Oh,
different?
when?
Yeah.
So I got a Vedic reading probably 3 or 4 years ago. And so I was like toying with the idea. So I
Mhm.
would dive into it a little bit and like read some Virgo stuff and listen to some Virgo tarot sometimes and kind of still went back to Libra.
Right.
But this is like, it's a whole nother level. And what you just described about Virgo being so large and seeing it on your chart, it's so different and it just feels so resonant now that I'm learning more about Virgo. And now that I'm older, I actually did a video about it after watching some of your videos. Like,
Nice.
oh, I see how I am now. Like, I'm more aware of who I am, like truly who I am. And so it's aligning with what you're sharing so much.
It's so amazing. Yeah. And I can really relate to you with the whole not wanting to be the Virgo thing because yeah, because my moon was in Libra in the sidereal system. But when I went to the 13 sign, the different sizes of the constellations, that was when I realized that my moon was fully in Virgo. And it was quite a shock. It was and I didn't want to believe it. I did not want to have that.
Yeah, I thought I got to keep my ascendant in Libra,
Right,
but I did. So it's okay.
right, right. So, wow, so that's a pretty big shift here. Um, you were born in the evening or in the AM?
PM.
PM. Okay.
Yeah, 9:09 evening.
Okay. So that's, I think,
20.
2100.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
21.
Yeah. My software only works in military time, which is
Yeah, I almost typed that in, but
I don't actually do well with military time. I'm still learning. Right.
it's
So
something
here
I'm
we go.
back into, but
Yeah, yeah, it's all good. Military time. Who wants to do military time? It doesn't sound very fun. Yeah, we got the goddess crew here tonight. See, this is my favorite. That's you, Alicia Law's chart. Hold on a minute. Okay. What do I got here? There's Melody. Okay. Alicia's got the circle, Melody's got the star. Okay. Great. So it's so nourishing for women to come together like this because women's main hormone is estrogen. And one of the ways that we build our estrogen is actually hanging out with other women.
wow.
Yeah. And actually hanging out with other women actually causes men's main hormone, which is testosterone, to go down.
I bet.
So that's one reason why men are always like running for the hills when there's large groups of women congregating because the estrogen level is like through the freaking roof.
Oh my gosh.
And so it's really, I'm like, yeah, we're like building up the estrogen. Like it just feels good. It's super nourishing, it's super nurturing. Wow.
Mhm.
So yeah, so your ascendant moved to Taurus. That's a big change. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's a that's a real big shift. Cassie, you asked if I could do your brother's chart. I think that I'm gonna have to call it here. I might be able to get your chart, but I might call it here with Melody's chart because this has been almost 5 hours. But you're more than welcome to come to our next event. Now I have your birth information. I was gonna do your chart, but I didn't have your birth time. So I'm really glad you're here. But and let's see where my energy is at when we finish here. I'm getting ready for dinner. I don't know about anyone out there. I'm like, I'm getting kind of hungry here. Okay, so Sun into Virgo. Okay, so Taurus rising. So let's bring the focus back to today. I know this is kind of a new chart for you. Um, your destiny point is actually in Pisces. That's kind of a big deal because the destiny point of the Earth right now is in Pisces. Yeah. So your destiny, who you are, like who you're here to be, is literally what everyone else is learning this year. So you have a shared challenge with everyone else on the planet this year, which is learning how to be more spacious, right? So your sun may be in Virgo, but that is not your destiny. That's like all this Virgo stuff is like where you've come from. And Alicia Law, you actually kind of have a somewhat similar pattern, right? Of like so much Virgo and also past life point in Virgo. And so it just means you're super talented in giving. You're super talented in service. You're super talented in helping other people and working. But you're also destiny point in Pisces, really here to learn how to balance that giving and that receiving. And that's what this whole full moon eclipse thing was in, right? Was Virgo and Pisces and the service and the giving and the outer doing versus the receiving and the allowing and the filling yourself up, right? I also have my destiny point in Pisces and past life point in Virgo. So I can really relate to all of you with this. And so the analogy I often use that kind of cuts to the chase, and it's a little blunt and it's a little intense, okay, around having this destiny point in Pisces versus Virgo, is that past life Virgo, the image I've gotten to kind of show the intensity of what past life Virgo people have gone through, right? Is like you've given so much, literally to the point at times where you like had nothing. Like you were just like depleted to like nothingness. And so the image I get to kind of bring it home is of the nurse or the doctor on the battlefield of the war. and like they can't rest. Like they're barely getting enough coffee or water to drink. They're like helping people who have extreme traumas to live through the night. And so they're staying up days on end. Okay. And so that is like the epitome of overgiving. Okay. That's like you're giving to the point where you don't have anything. And that's the real Achilles heel of the South Node in Virgo, is that overgiving. Okay. And with the North Node point in Pisces, it's like a big, deep breath in of letting go and surrendering to the fact that, like, you can't help everyone with everything. You can only help people to the extent that you get to have the energy for it. And so the idea is to be like the overflowing cup versus the empty saucer that's trying to pour and there's nothing in it to pour out. Okay, so it's like very powerful and very valuable to spend time with yourself, to take time off. And it's in the 11th house, which is the house of society and the world. And so you might have a mission, Jupiter also in Pisces, which is the millionaire planet, and it's the teacher to help bring spiritual teachings. Yeah. 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 What do you tell us about that head shake? Yeah.
Well, it's both you know, health as well as what I've been learning about how to free the planet financially. So it's trippy, but yes.
Okay. So that's resonating. Yeah. Yeah. And you know, with so much Virgo and Sun, you're not going to give that stuff up. And same for you, Alicia Law. Like, you're not going to be able to give up those qualities. Like, I have Moon in Virgo. I have South Node conjunct my Moon in Virgo. And it's like, I am Virgo-like. I can't stop. Like, I worked with a friend. I did a healing session with him. And he's like, you're very detail-oriented. And I just was like, really? Like, I am not. You know? Like, I am not detail-oriented.
It's what's so crazy is like I remember this guy who I used to work with who I thought was Virgo in the Western astrology, and I was like, I don't ever want to. He's so particular and like, you know, and then I'm Virgo. It's like,
Right. Right. And I had to face the same thing too when I found out my moon was there. And it was like, I am so particular and specific and detail oriented and veer towards perfectionism, like such high perfectionism, especially towards oneself, where it's like, okay, come on now. And Alicia Law, I think you kind of get out of this a little bit because your moon is not in Virgo. And it's like in the begin, your sun is like beginning of Virgo. And so I feel like you have kind of that Leo vibe a little bit too with your sun. So I feel like for you, you're kind of like, I don't think you get as sucked into the perfectionism. But when you have her sun or moon like farther down, and she's going to unmute and maybe share something. Is that true?
No, I do get sucked into the perfectionism 100%. Like, this is probably one of the like it's bad. I'm like trying to be less so. Like I'll double, triple, like quadruple check things. But things are always like usually like very anyways. Yeah, it's work in progress.
I should probably start like a Virgo support group because nobody gets Virgo like Virgos do it. And it's not like you're trying to be a perfectionist and it's not like you're trying to be super specific. It's just your nervous system with Virgo is so highly calibrated and aware and conscious of like every specific tiny thing. It's so think about it this way. Okay. This will help you have clarity about why Virgo is this way. This is hilarious. Okay. So Virgo is associated with the harvest, right? So I want you to imagine the harvest. Okay, it's the harvest time. We're Virgos, so that means we're going out, we're collecting all of the crops. Well, once we bring that harvest in, there's a lot of people who have to get fed. So we have to specifically count all the harvest. We have to identify, we have to separate the wheat from the chaff. We have to go through it. What's healthy, what's not, what's ripe, what's rotten. We have to go through and analyze, sift and sort and separate the harvest for why? For service to the people. And so that developed in Virgo, and I think this could be all women, honestly. The ability to sort, sift, and separate. And the reason for that is as an act of service, to make sure that everyone gets enough food, to make sure that the cottage down on the left gets the right quota of grains and beans and apples and oranges and carrots, and that the head man gets their quota, and that the amount that the village has for the winter is the right amount, right? Count all the potatoes, count all the carrots, make sure we have everything specifically organized, safely put away. Why? Because if we don't, survival of our people, of our family, of our friends. And so I think that's the real root of Virgo, the harvest goddess, her specificity and her fussiness. And it has to be just so, because in the past, in past lives, in our DNA, we were in charge of making sure that it was just so. And if we didn't, there wasn't very good things that happened around that. And so that could be part of why we get so stressed around our Virgo-ness, around making sure that everything gets done. You know, that like having the work deadline and then you're like pushing it and working so hard you can't, like you're like out of your body, like you haven't eaten, you like don't know where your arms or legs are, you're like the eyes are glazing over, but like I have to keep going. I just have just one more thing. I have to, and then I have to do that thing. And that is such a Virgo thing, is to push through past your comfort zone. And so the Pisces North Node is saying, hey, girl, beautiful goddess helping people. Hey, you did that for so long and you were responsible for all the details for everyone for so long. I need to request for your sanity, you take a little vacay time throughout the year and stop pushing yourself so hard.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. And so Pisces North Node, more than anyone else in the zodiac, gets the free pass for taking free days off. Like, okay, this is the day I'm just going to chill out and watch movies. No other sign would I say that to. Nobody else gets that free pass. Like, that is a North Node and Pisces free pass. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm just going to watch a movie. And it's actually literally like you're saving the planet by doing that.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't, the level of stress and like mental calculations and calibrations you'd be doing would stress everyone else out. And so that peace and rest and retreat and art and hobbies, it's what your soul is yearning for. Because you've done the work so many lifetimes. Alicia Law, you're a little different because you have Pisces in the sixth house, Virgo's house. So it's like you have to kind of balance both worlds. It's like you're still here to do work and service and calibrate. You still can have movie days. You could have movie day at work. You could get that. And you like own your own business. So like I think you should definitely have like a video player in your work office and like a bed and like a cozy mat. And like when I need to, I just have a little like some singing bowls and like this is my R&R time. This is for the good of the company. Thank you.
We actually go and periodically throughout the day, Anthony and I will go and like cuddle the Frenchies.
Yeah.
And we're just like, we call them our chief well-being officers. We're like, support us with our well-being. So.
I support that. That is a very good thing to have with this Pisces Virgo energy, right? Oh my God. And you have Chiron conjunct your Jupiter tonight. Wow. Opposite your Venus. So the world's Venus and your Venus are conjunct. And look at, you're like surrounded by other goddesses on this call, getting all this feminine love, which could also translate into money, right? Because Venus is the billionaire planet. So good things. However, Chiron on Jupiter, that could be again past life things related to money, right? Related to love. Has that been something kind of coming up for you? Have you been feeling certain intensities or emotions, or has it been fairly even or mellow?
Luckily it's pretty even and mellow, but I'm dealing with the court case, so that's not fun.
Ah, yeah.
It's put a lot of extra stress because it came out of nowhere from like 2019. That was just like, oh, here you go.
Mhm.
But it's around money, so yeah, that's fun.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So, oh, Christine shared that growing sprouts and microgreens and having them available on the days I need them requires me to calculate growth time and seed planted plus daily attention while growing. Are you a Virgo, Christine? Yes. We can relate. Yeah, we tend to like that stuff. Like, yeah, give me the specifics, give me the details. So let me see if we can help you out with that court case. Does that sound like a plan?
Oh, please, sure.
That
If
will be our finale. That's pretty serious, right? So, whoo, yeah, it sounds like you could have a past life thing going on here with having Chiron with Venus. Yeah, so you're kind of in that. Okay. So, in order to clear this, yeah, past life, 8 lifetimes back, and it's grief. And if you see me yawning, it's because the energy's starting to process. Okay. And it's a lower level block. 800 levels down. Focus on the grief, 8 lifetimes back, down. Could you let this go? Would you let this go now? We ask for a complete change history, and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Good deep breath, let it out. Good. Okay. Okay, so just think about the court case. So anything and everything in the way of you releasing this old static stuck grief energy around this, we ask for a complete change history. Everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, good. Deep breath in and out. Nice. Good clearing. Good release. Good letting go. Nice.
like stuck.
Uh-huh. So we're going to go 500 levels down. Focus on this grief related to the court case. And we ask for a complete change history and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Deep breath in and out. Okay. And did it release?
No,
Nope.
it's
Okay.
it's like
That's a big one.
but it won't come out.
So focus 1,000 levels down.
Okay.
Focus on the court case and the grief 8 lifetimes back. And anything stopping you from letting this go, any oaths, vows, promises, fealties, communities, commitments, contracts, bindings, or swearings, we ask for complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. And take a deep breath in and out. Okay, and is it still stuck? Or were you able to release it?
It might come out later. It's like a half yawn every
Yeah.
time.
Nope, this happens sometimes. It's okay. So we're going to focus upper now. 400 levels up, this block to God around you being able to let go of this grief. Any oaths, vows, promises, fealties, communities, commitments, contracts, bindings, or swearings. And we ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. And take a deep breath in and out. Okay.
I think it's good.
Okay. Sometimes that happens. You're not the first person where it's like, it's stuck. Yeah. Yeah. It's like just finding the right combination to get to the release. So when you think about your court case, oh, there it goes. There it goes. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, it'll probably continue into the evening here. So just let it do its magic, and we're here on this time of the equinox, this really, really powerful time, and it's such a interesting play between this Virgo energy and the diet, and the exercise, and nutrition, the harvest, the abundance. I get to show you these ones. I mean, this is Virgo, right? I mean, talk about yes, please. Like, let me get in there. That's Virgo vibes right there. Sun in Virgo right now, so Venus in Virgo, Mercury in Virgo, so much Mercury, so much Virgo energy. One of my fellow astrology colleagues, she likes to say that the actual ruler of Virgo is Venus. And so if Venus is actually in Virgo right now, then it's super amplified, right? Because that's the ruler and the sign, which is very, very powerful. What is
Amazing.
that papaya? Yeah, right? Probably papaya or coconuts or yeah, it just looks super luscious, super beautiful. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, in order to close for tonight, as we get ready for this equinox, which is your sacred window into nature and to God and to connecting to the balance between light and dark, is I'm going to invite everyone to rub your hands together. Good. And just put into your hands anything that came up tonight that is yet still undigested, unprocessed, unresolved, any last layers of stuff. Anything, close your eyes, tune into your body, and just notice where there's any density, there's any contraction, there's any layers or levels of beingness that just aren't who you are anymore. Focus on that. Feel into that. Take a deep breath in and out. And by the power of God, and by the power of Source, and by the power of the Creator of all that is, it is commanded that anything and everything not serving the highest and best for all of those on this call and all of those who will watch the call in the future and all of those who were on the call, we ask that anything in the way of the highest and best for all of us be allowed to release and clear. We command it to release and clear on the core, on the genetic, on the soul level. We command it to be pulled and resolved on the historical level. And replaced on all levels with the Creator's truth and definition of pure unconditional love, of freedom, of peace, of just being an open conduit for Source, for the golden love and light of the Creator of all that is, to flow through, to shower us, imagining a big golden ball of golden light above our heads, imagining that golden light showering down through the crown, through the core of the body, through all directions of time and space. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Good. Taking a deep breath in and out. Okay. Good. Good. Breathing in and out. And by the power of God, and by the power of Source, anything and everything not in pure alignment with your true beingness, with your true light, with your true love, be allowed to release and clear. And we command that it be replaced on all levels with the Creator's truth and definition of pure, unconditional love, compassion, forgiveness, aligning you back to Mother Earth, back to Gaia. And anything in the way of that truth, of that beauty, of that connection, we just ask for a complete change history and everything as needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3, taking a deep breath in and a deep breath out. And just feeling that grounding, feeling that connection, feeling that oneness, and calling in the pure unconditional love and light of the creator of all that is to shower you off, to rinse you off, to connect you to your highest source and connect you to your divine unconditional love now. Taking a deep breath in and out. Thank you, God. Setting a prayer and intention for this equinox, that we be connected to our highest and our best self. We be connected to Mother Earth, and that we connect to our highest and best path, calling on the golden, pure love and light of the angels and the creator of all that is to light our path, placing us upon the golden path. Every step forwards now aligning to that golden path and asking God and the angels to gift to you absolutely every single gift and blessing that you need to walk forwards in this life on your mission, going towards what it is you wish to create for yourself, for this life, for all that you be, for now and all of eternity. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. And it is done. It is done. It is done. Show us. Good. Take a deep breath in. Woo, and a deep breath out. And welcome back. Good. Yeah. Beautiful. Welcome, everyone. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you all for joining me. How is everyone doing out there? How you feeling?
That was amazing. Thank you, Lotus, for being such a special conduit giver.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're all so beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Cass, I'm gonna message you after this. Maybe we can jump on together and I can give you a little information, but we got to end the call now for everyone on the call. And everyone's ready to go.
Awesome.
But I send you all so much love. When we get into the space of love, it's infinity. It's infinite time. And so that's why we can go for so long. And so I honor you all. I'm so grateful for each and every one of you. You're all beautiful. You're divine conduits. We are at this powerful point of the equinox. We are connecting to the divinity of the balance between light and dark, between masculine and feminine, between being of service and being the spiritual center, right? Connecting to source, being in the present, between doing and being. We're at this nexus between light and dark, day and night, doing and being, right? And so may we find our center. May we connect the pure beingness of all we are. May we be guided and connected to our highest guides as we walk forward into this next season, whether it's towards the spring or towards the winter. And know that every step of the way you will be guided, you will be supported, and everything and everyone, it's all going to work out for your highest and best in every single way. So biggest love, beautiful ladies. I've had so much fun hanging out with you tonight. Oh my gosh, yes. Yay. Thank you for this gift. And I look forward to seeing you all soon. We have the new moon coming up on October 1st, the new moon solar eclipse. So I will be definitely doing an event for that. You might see me on here again before that, but for sure we can look forwards to that. If you want to do a one-on-one session with me and you haven't worked with me before, I will be offering a special discount rate for the equinox. So anyone who wants to purchase a session, you can contact me directly at blossomwithlotusnow@gmail.com. You can email me or message me on Facebook. And it's a special $99 clearing and reading because I'd like to help as many people as possible right now because I feel like it's thick, right? It's like a lot coming up for a lot of people. So reach out to me, contact me. I love and appreciate you all. If you haven't followed me on YouTube, a lot of videos there. There's some good stuff. And I just really love and appreciate you all. So I look forward to seeing you tomorrow or the next day or soon.
Awesome. Thank you, Lotus. Goodbye, everybody.
Night, everyone. Big love. Aloha.
Aloha.
I want to invite you. I'm going to put these crystal bowls on. Move your body, breathe, allow the energies to move through you. I'm going to be doing some energy work. Hi. We're going to be doing some energy work. I think she was talking to an animal. We're going to do some energy work on you all. So if you sense energy moving, that is what is happening. All right. So welcome everyone to the Autumnal Equinox Astrological Celebration. Super glad you all here. Okay, we're going to get into it. So here we go. And I'm just going to stop recording. Yes, computer. All right, welcome everyone to this Autumnal Equinox Astrological Celebration. So glad you're here. We're going to do some energy clearing to get started. Andoni, Sabah, Melody, everyone here, I invite you to move your body a little bit. Wherever, whatever you were dealing with today, whatever was coming up, anywhere you felt like you had to be somewhere or do something, while these bowls are playing, just give yourself some free time to just really get in your body, breathe, feel, and just go with the flow of this and connect to the energetics of Mother Earth, the energetics of the water, and just see what arises. take a deep breath in